officers? Like,
Well, they're ghosts.
well,
Hi, we're back!
okay. I'm under the impression that, like, the majority of this game is filled with ghosts and that there's no living people anymore.
Yes, it's all ghosts.
So then, aren't you the bad guy?
Nah, because we can free the people.
Right, but think about it. Like, they're all ghosts, and then you're a living person coming in and killing them all. You
Well,
know?
technically, I've got a dead person in me who's, you know, wants to do all this stuff.
Pepperoni.
Pizza.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, I meant to do that. Thank you. Sure. I thought I already exercised you. Oh, it's every person who killed themselves now, I think. The usual game thing of showing the thing that you want before you get it.
Dog.
Oh, another one.
Fucking punches and breaks an iron street lamp. Can't get through a glass door.
Yeah, true. Ooh. Hmm? Ah. Thank you for looking at it.
Half-Life Alex.
Half-Life Alex.
Wow.
I'm just gonna appear. Something fucky.
なんとなく分かってきた気がする。
We're probably gonna find a big old yokai. Maybe.
I don't speak French.
It's Japanese.
What?
What?
When did they get here?
We're in Japan.
You know how long it takes to walk to Japan?
Yeah.
You gotta walk through the ocean.
Am I missing something here? The game says no.
If this was Vanguard, we would have just blown up the trash bags.
Probably. I don't think this is the answer. Surely it can be.
You know this. You know the saying, "The hammer and the anvil." Like hammer and anvil tactics.
I am perplexed. Does anyone actually know what to do?
Hmm. What was in the room to your right?
This thing?
No. Where you just were. That's the way out to your. Oh, well.
Oh, hi, Lemon. Are you coming to cuddle? You're not, are you? But I love you. Hello. Hey, buddy. Come and stay with me. Hey, come here. Oh, you're thinking of jumping. I saw that butt wiggle. What's on the table? Oh! I've been tasked with going to the suicide building. I hate it, but I drew the short straw. Gotta get this over with. I just don't want to be late meeting Sakura. 7 p.m. date with Sakura. Calgary at our usual spot.
What the fuck is a suicide building? Oh.
You know how there's like a suicide forest?
Yeah.
Same sort of thing.
People just come here to do it, I guess.
Yeah.
だがこいつも悪霊だ。
うん
やはり呪いがあるな。
元には戻らないの。
呪いが原因なら 元を立てば戻るはずだ。
奴はこの上にいる。
よし、それならそいつを探し出すか。
奴はこの上にいる。
Now the trash bags are gone. Ooh, Lemon is chasing his tail. This is not a drill.
いた。あいつが呪いの元凶か。追うぞ。
I'm small enough. I could have fit through there.
I 笑わせるぜ。あれで隠れたつもりか。
You're about to become a really big nasty. Or summon some. I love their camaraderie. Oh, look at her go, she's on the wheel.
お前がこのビルの呪いの元凶だな。
ここで死んだら誰かを殺すまで出られない。死んでからもずっとここにいろ。嫌なら誰か殺せ。
胸くその悪いやつだぜ。
Goodbye.
あ、さっきの悪霊？
あいつが消えたおかげでビルの呪いは消えたようです。
一体ここで何があったの？
あいつはここで死んだ者に呪いをかけるんです。誰かを呪い殺すまでビルから逃げられないという。
そうか。だからここで自殺者が続いたのか。
たく、ところてんみてえなシステムだな。
僕も逃げ出したかったけど、自分のために人を殺すのはできませんから。
そのせいで大事な人を待たせちゃったね。
どういう意味ですか？
せっかくだから外の空気吸ってこいって意味だよ。
Just don't explain anything to him.
What is there to explain?
His girlfriend?
Oh, that's fine. Don't get him worried. He'll just curse himself.
ありがとうございます。ようやく彼に会えました。ずっと信じていてよかった。
彼女がずっと僕を待っていたなんて。それを知っていたら、もしかしたら僕も。
いや、それでもお前は人を殺さなかったと思うぞ。
そういう人だから彼女も待ってくれたんだろうね。
そうですね。ありがとうございます。
まだどこかにいるはずだ。
So many spirits. What was the third
This is
one?
just This is just like Spider-Man 2.
Is it?
No. It's a good game though.
Yeah.
That's the one with the pizza. Yeah. Dude, I fucking love that game.
Oh yeah.
Shit's fire.
Having no fall damage makes this game so much more fun.
Huh?
If this game had fall damage, it wouldn't be as fun as it was. As it is.
Oh.
Oh god, how could you fit more than one car down this?
It's probably a one-way.
What the letters are... Whoa. Ooh. Ooh, I don't like that.
こいつをなんとかしようぜ。
First, hello. Oh, time still. Oh shit! Hello, lady.
It's Becky.
Whoa, bro. What? What's wrong with you, man? Whoa. New enemy type. Good to know that when you're in shops, time still passes. Oops.
Sleep comes. I go.
Bye.
終わったか。さっさと行くぞ。
That's a lot of points. Oh my god, Mochi, what are you doing? Mochi? Mochi? Oh my god. She was standing on my power strip, maintaining eye contact as she was about to fucking press it. Let's go. Why don't you talk about it? Does it do some really bad stuff, or is it like name sus?
自分で行く。待ちなさい、エリカ。私はあの子を追うわ。あなたたちは計画通り渋谷を離れて。
KK の方はどうするんだい？
エリカは戦わせないと伝えて。それと渋谷のロッカーにこれを。
承知した。エリカが行きそうな場所を教えてくれ。僕たちも探してみる。
俺たちがうまくいかなかった理由はわかるだろ。渋谷駅に行くぞ。俺たちが連絡用に使っていたコインロッカーがある。リンクはそこに何か入れたみたいだ。
Mochi, what are you doing? Oh my goodness. Looking at me with that big, soft face. I think the cats from the stores literally made this track themselves. Knowing about it is dangerous. Oh, okay. You will give me attention. This is oh. Oh, was saying or thinking about it. Mochi, what are you doing? Shut it up. Hey, babe. Yes, I love you. Oh. The siblings have found each other. Underneath my blanket. Oh, hi. Hey, Mochi, are you here to cuddle or are you just chilling on the arm? That's okay. You can sit where you want to. Oh, I didn't know you were here. I'm kind of just vibing. I didn't see that animation before. Oh no, kitties! Oh, hi! Baby. Oh, you're resting with me? Okay. Once again, we've got good Kittycam. This is all my favorite track so far.
再開発で建て替えられたビルがあるだろう。今は地上階しかないけど、知ってるか？改装前は地下街があったんだ。
そういえば有名な都市伝説があったね。確か赤い服を着た女の化け物が出るとか。
その地下街に降りる階段があるらしいんだよ。夜中にビルの通路を一人で歩いてると、普段は見たこともない階段があって、そこから降りた者は誰一人帰ってこれない。友達が興味本位で調べに行って帰ってこないんだ。
おお、調べてみるか。
行くの？ただの噂だよ。
汚れっていうのは元は人の情念だ。有名ならそれだけ多くの強い情念が集まって、それがたまりにたまって汚れちまうことも。
Chat, did you see that? She grabbed my arm and she pulled it down and said, I need this. I need this right now for holding. Look at her. She stole it. She stole my hand. She knows exactly what she's doing. Oh my goodness. She wanted to have an armrest, so she took my arm to get one. And also a footrest. Oh my goodness, sweetie. Look at that satisfied little kitty. Yeah? What you doing? What you doing, silly? Yeah? Ooh, don't fall down. Ooh, I got you. Ooh. There you go. What's up? You think you're gonna fall if I'm not here? I understand. It's not gonna happen, no. I'm not gonna let you fall. BB. Yeah? Grabbing my keyboard? Got you. Oh my goodness. It's time to save as I'm not getting my arm back. You're not wrong. Saving right now is not a bad idea. Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. Yeah? Yeah, BB. Oh my goodness, such a sweet face. She has such a sweet face right now. Look at her. You can't be mad at that face. You can't. It's so sweet. Look, she got a paw. Right there. And she grabbing. She's giving you a look, chat. She's giving you a hard look. What did Lemon do in his sabotage? He sat on the power button. Physically sat his fat ass on it. Oh, look at her. Sweet, tender angel. I am supporting her whole body with my one arm. So that she doesn't fall. Look at the baby. Look at the baby. There was an audible gasp and 2 seconds before the computer shut down. Yeah. Chest scritchies. Gonna try and refocus the camera. Oh yeah. Look at that HD kitty. Look at her whiskers. You can actually see it a little bit, but one of my favorite details that Mochi has is that she has whiskers that transition from black to white. Like, you can see them. There are ones that start out black and then they turn white like partway through the whisker. She has black and white whiskers. Oh, sweetheart. Not only does she got a blend of both, but she has whiskers that go from black to white. Like this one. Yeah, I know. I was messing with your whiskers. I'm sorry. Oh, baby. Look at that, sweetheart. You got chest fluff. And we got the belly. We got the belly. And she lets me touch the belly. No, baby. Goodness. Just so we can see the breathe. Oh, fuck. Maybe I need a buck over the power button. Well, here's the thing. He sat on my computer's power button. It's like a slope. He sat on that. My hun said that he knows how to disable that button from turning off the computers, and I might take up his offer on that because I swear to God, Lemon does it like at least 3 times a month, I swear. He's a little silly kitty. Oh my gosh, they're so soft, chat. They're so soft. Lemon's laying on my feet. I know how to push my buttons. You're right. You are so right. Disable the off button. Great idea, yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, baby. Oh. I really want to have my arm back, but I also really don't want to have my arm back. It's a very complicated feeling because it's got her full weight on it. Like her whole neck right here is being supported by it. And it's warm. And it is heavy. It's control, but we just like chat on the menu. That's true! I remember that. Well, to be fair, the control had some amazing music. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the music menu. Because that had some pretty good music. I wanna listen to this again. Look how cool my character looks. Oh yes? Hello? Yeah, baby? Sweet, sweet girl. Oh, there goes her head over the arm again. God, I am still... Yeah, I get what you see, what you're saying for like the dot hack vibes. I can totally see it. Also, I am still running on the high from last episode of ATK that just happened yesterday. And you know, it's so fucking wild. I had like a really stressful day on Wednesday. But like by the time that I finished that episode, I was perky, I was happy, I was having a great time. It's fucking baffling to even think that I was even considering taking the night off because of like stress or whatever. Because RP can just fucking oh. She got the spacebar. She tapped that spacebar. Yes? Oh yes, hello. I love you. You can be sad on a No, I mean like out of character. Like, I was in an emotional funk and I was worried I wouldn't like perform well, but nope. Nope. And Saturday was amazing. Yeah. Whoop. Oh, she was resting her head on the desk. She just did a fucking flop onto my arm. Your baby. I'm squishing that cat. I'm just squish. Yeah. You're so happy that wave broke down Andrew's emotional wall. Yeah, me too. He didn't even do so like I had like a way that I predicted that would be the best way, so to speak, to break down her walls. I wouldn't say that he found the best way, but it was a way that I didn't think of. And he did a really fucking good job. So we're in this interesting little limbo zone right now. But like a positive limbo, not necessarily a negative limbo. We're gonna see how it goes, right? But I also know the DMs are specifically trying to fuck with Indra because of my major detriment, which now I can talk about. Is her major detriment is take no hostages. Rather, it's not take no hostages. It's just straight up no hostages. Because if she sees someone in a hostage situation, she's just gonna shoot him. She's gonna shoot the hostage no matter who it is, even if she cares about them. Will it absolutely make her an emotional wreck afterwards? Yeah, but you know, she'll do it. Because you know, they're not special, and neither is she. Why would her personal connections actually change anything? Yeah, I know it's ruthless. It's why I was trying so hard to hide it. Like, whenever people ask me what her detriments were, I'm just like, spoilers. I didn't want to fucking leak it. What if Michael is the hostage? Sad boy hours. She'd probably still shoot. Actually, let me put it this way. Someone will be shot. That being said, if Michael actually pays attention to the whole hostage training thing, then maybe we'll have a good result from it. Because basically what she's trying to instill in people, or what she's been trying to do all sneaky-like, is make sure that people know what to do when they are a hostage. Because if a hostage, if you're in like a gunpoint hostage situation, there's like a 30% chance for the hostage actually surviving the encounter if they interfere. Which can be anything, just like struggling even a little bit. Knowing when to duck at the right time. Like, what she would do is that she would make sure that they would be able to employ signals from using their only their eyes. So, like, they would be able to blink at specific times. So, like, they can do 2 long blinks to, say, count down from 3. And, like, because the person who's holding them hostage, right, they won't be able to see their hands. So they can very discreetly go, like, 3, 2, 1, and then immediately duck as she takes a shot. That's, like, the best thing that you can do. And that's what she's trying to set up before people get into a hostage situation, because she doesn't actually want to shoot anybody, but she will. She fucking will. Yeah, that's also why she was so extra with the fucking Heartless Walkers, with the ones that were knocked out, or even maybe not knocked out, but she made a point to shoot every single one of them in the head. Sometimes even twice. Hi, Shadow. Welcome back. We've got a baby. Woo! she's aware. Oh goodness, look at that supermodel. Aren't you bored? She's staring at you, chat. She's assessing your sins. Indra wants to prepare people so she doesn't have to kill them. That's hardcore. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because she will shoot them! Yeah, ATK spoilers, technically. But not exactly, because they were revealed last episode. You're sleepy, baby. She made sure to double tap. Yep. Exactly. Welcome back, Wolf.
Hello.
We are currently paused and talking about ATK because Mochi literally grabbed my arm and said, "No, I am using this for a headrest right now." And she just left me, so my arm is free. She somehow knew you were here.
Sash, no more ATK talk.
Well, we can still talk about ATK. This game is not very hard to multitask with. I mercifully don't have to fucking read out anything. So my voice is able to not die, and I can play the game for like a ridiculously long time.
Kittycam is still big.
Oh, you're right. Good catch. Whoop. You didn't miss anything.
That's how a conversation should go. Take these lessons, because if you don't, you'll die, and there's a non-zero chance it'll be my bullet.
Of what? Wait, huh? What?
That's what simulation just said about Indra.
Oh, yeah, okay. But you were mumbling, so I didn't actually understand.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was mumbling.
No, it's chill. You were reading fast, so you were doing the thing that even I do when I read fast, where my kind of lips slur together things. That's how the conversation should go. Take these lessons, because if you don't, you will die. There's a non-zero chance it will be my bullet. Well, that's the funny thing. She doesn't want to tell people that she'll shoot them. Because, like, let's say hypothetically for a moment, the commander finds out about this little tick of hers, her little quirk of this kind. He's gonna instantly fire her. 100%. That is what would happen. So she doesn't really want to tell people, and she especially doesn't want Michael to know that she'd just straight up shoot him either. Because then he would... She doesn't want him to take the classes because he's scared of her. She just wants him to feel safer. And so that when they're in that situation, it'll instead of it being a, "I'm literally going to shoot you if you don't cooperate," it'll be a, "Oh yeah, we're in on this together and I'll get you out okay." It's an entirely different vibe. One of the primary reasons why she doesn't fucking tell everybody is because, well, a lot of people went to, like, war and, like, killed people. That's not unusual, but I don't know how many people who would actually say, "Oh yeah, I killed my fiance. It was a hostage situation and it was because they didn't matter." And they'll ask her, like, "Well, but I matter to you, right?" No.
Okay.
I'm reading something else. If you're gonna comment on that, I would do so now.
My brain deleted what I was about to say because it was like a train track that suddenly stopped.
I don't think anybody who wants to live would dare ask, but I matter to you, right? In response to that, I don't.
No, they would.
They would absolutely say it. Are you kidding me?
They would, because they don't fully understand the context of, because this is supposed to be in the middle of her explaining this, so they don't understand the full context of what she's talking about and who she is, how it works and everything. So this is a normal response you give to someone, because you're under the pretense that they care about you. And now Indra cares about people, but like in this, it is not usual for someone to be like, I would shoot you or I would kill you if it meant saving more lives. Because most people have a bias or have a bias for people that they care about.
Yep, most people are more than willing to let a larger number of people die if it means that their like super best friend lives, and especially someone they love live, because that's like especially if we're talking in terms of like American like media, that's like one of the most ultimate taboos. People would much rather kill their best friend than they would their like the love of their life. At least in terms of media. Hi, Astraxis! And all Academy will start using camo coloring. You're not wrong. Like, cause like even if Vivina does the whole cloak thing, here's the awkward part about that, right? We actually have OOC rules that we aren't allowed to cover up our uniform in certain places. So she would never be able to have full camo.
Yep. Also, I would think that her being able to craft a cloak that helped with camo and gave it to the rest of the academy would kind of fuck up their combat encounters.
Yeah, it's gonna... It would mess up their balancing a bit.
Also, I was going to say two things I remember saying. The first one, I have no idea in any circumstance, I have no idea when she would ever tell Michael.
It would have to require a freak accident.
It would have to be some weird circumstance, because normally I don't think she would.
No.
Not because she was unwilling or in terms of like closeness or whatever, because of who he is and how it works and everything going on.
Yep.
Like, it has nothing to do with like, at least correct me if I'm wrong, it has nothing to do with like, in terms of like relationship or how like closer or not closer they are together.
Well,
in terms of friends.
Here's some important context. Indra never told Darling, even when it happened. She didn't tell Darling even the many years after she was out of the Navy about it. She didn't tell him when she was on board. She didn't tell him during any of their quiet talks. Why is that?
Because she didn't want him to look at her differently.
Exactly.
Hearing her explanation, by the way, and hearing her own emotions and her thought process, it is not as cold and calculated as she says it is. In terms of why she did it and how she did it and everything going on.
Oh yeah, but the thing is that she is so because of how her fellow men, or rather her fellow women, technically, treated her during the time. She God, let me put into perspective. Not only is the love of your life dead, but you're the one who pulled the trigger, knowing full well that they could die, and you pulled it anyway. And then immediately afterwards, instead of people walking up to you and acknowledging that you had performed any kind of sacrifice, no, they blame the whole thing on you. There's more to the story than that you guys don't know still. Like, just like a little bit of like tiny sprinkles of information that really, that kind of help sell the picture a little bit more. But like, imagine you're grieving and you have people screaming down your throat saying that you're a monster instead of getting any form of support. What the fuck happens?
Internalization.
Not just internalization, but like you close off entirely.
Yep. What's interesting, and I say this now, what's interesting is that her and Michael mirror each other a little bit.
Yeah, they do mirror each other a lot.
At least in the regard, like, yeah, in a lot of other places, but in the regard of being isolated because of a mistake, quote unquote.
Yeah, but she doesn't view it as a mistake. That's the big polarizing point.
Hearing her explanation, by the way, and hearing her talk about... Okay.
No, I heard that too, but I realized afterwards.
What was the exact sentence if I said marry?
Yeah, no, I was sitting
marry,
here like,
marry each other. Marry each... Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what I was sitting here like, no. Okay, so when I heard you continue speaking, it made a little bit more sense.
Okay.
Context and all that.
Context clues. Bro saying I think he thinks you need to go to the subway.
Oh, to the subway? Okay.
Also,
oh no! Shit. Oh no.
Yeah.
Why would it mess up their balancing in a PvE environment? Like there are antagonists, but the antags are there to serve the story. Like, are they really that afraid of power gaming? No. Okay, so the reason why balancing matters in a roleplay scenario is that everyone needs to have their own niche and their own kit and their own specialization. When you have everyone benefiting from various things, then no one has any form of uniqueness at all. Like, for instance, this is why Vivina was declined for having oh dear.
She was gonna say flesh weaving.
Yeah, there's a lot of enemies. No police stuff. It was because she would be too many things.
Yep.
Which makes sense. Because again, they didn't... It wasn't like the ability was OP or whatever. It's that she was drifting across too many roles. Trying to find the basement thing, I think. Oh, and I'm in the yellow line, so that might be why I'm having some trouble here.
Going back to ATK for a bit, I'm just gonna say this because I was rewatching the interactions. You know, when Michael walked into the room because of Craig and everything. I get a realization. I really like playing Michael. One of the aspects I like playing Michael is because he's good. He's good for being good in a lot of ways.
I'm assuming you mean by alignment.
Yes, he does. The reason he's doing something nice is not because he's trying to get something out of it. It's because it's the thing that makes sense to him, and it's nice. There's a lot of reasons why he does things, but I like that aspect of it. I like playing a good character because the Aura was not good. he was not a good aligned character.
I mean, but Orem was cool.
Orem was cool.
Don't diss my boy Orem, or I'm gonna punch you.
I thought you said "don't diss my boar," and I was gonna laugh.
Well, he is my boar too.
He was neutral, borderline on evil in a lot of regards.
I would say that he's more lawful evil.
Yeah.
In the same way that Perez is lawful evil. Because you have to go by human metric.
Oh yeah.
But if you don't go by human metric, then arguably speaking, then fucking Orem and Perez would both be lawful good.
Oh yeah, if you're going by the Piglin metric, he was essentially, actually no, he was actually not, thinking about it. Huh.
Well, the lawful and chaotic thing is all about vows regardless. But,
I was thinking of good and evil, not the lawful. I know he's lawful. I was just thinking about the fact that he wouldn't,
I don't
he
think
would
the
have been
that him wanting to see the outside world would make him evil, personally.
No, it wouldn't.
Because you have to remember that evil pretty much loosely correlates to selfish.
Yes. There was the aspect of him not taking the proper precautions when escorting his entire unit through the portal without and didn't know about the zombie
Well, he
zombification.
didn't know, and foolish isn't evil.
Yeah.
Yo, Space Gator Cat, thank you so much for the 4 months, and it's a primer too. Thank you so much for the Bezos bucks. I appreciate you.
So yeah, if we're going by that metric, yeah, he would be lawful good. And so God, why is this sentence hard? Would she? There you go. So would she. I think he will also still be considered good by Budkin metric, if I remember correctly.
He hasn't done anything that Bug can consider abjectly evil, no. Well, actually, he's probably neutral.
The Queen.
No, it has nothing to do with the Queen. It has everything to do with the fact that he's a corporation that overharvests.
Oh, she never found out about that.
No, but this is me analyzing him abjectly.
Yep. I still appreciate Toss for making a mirth that didn't care about the environment. It was so surprising.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting.
普段は見えないだけでどこかに地下がちょっと待て
こんなところに妖怪こいつがいるでしょうか
I think you get it. It's not that it's power gaming. That's not the issue. It's balancing and trying to maintain a healthy RP environment where everyone feels special. And that matters a lot more than you might think.
It's the balancing of trying to make sure that everyone is having fun.
Yep.
Very different balancing, but also very, very important.
This is more of a social balance than like a physical power balance.
女の声なんだ
これで進むしかなくなったわけだ
そう考えればポジティブになれるね
ここは赤い服の女が支配する空間だあの女さえ倒せればもしかしたら
My brain just thought of a question for you, Christy. Yep. Oh, wait, pausing?
Yo, Fortes, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, hon. Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you so much, man.
Okay, I was going to ask you because it would be unfair to pit Indra versus any AA student that isn't like human because of their like natural capabilities and also magic. But I was thinking of the non-magical humans because there's like a couple. Do you think Indra would win in a fight?
She'd only maybe win against Hannah, but even then, she's got a potion of giant strength, so probably no.
Potion. Why does she actually have a potion of giant strength?
She, on her character sheet's allowed to make it. Because she's a purely alchemist build.
Fortes, is your birthday?
Happy birthday, Fortes!
Happy birthday. It's Scissor Bitch.
It's Scissors Bitch leveled up. She wasn't stunned! It's your fucking dog, bitch! He don't bite. Yes, he do! Oh, she tried.
Someone said, I mean, Indra does bring guns, and that's a big influence of balancing the matchup, and if so, what guns?
Indra only uses small arms.
Yeah,
So,
but
like,
looking at the level of
SMGs.
technology...
Yeah, but the problem is that even the level of technology, their guns aren't really that impressive. The small arms, or like anything that you hold in your hand, in general, for like the Mech Warrior universe isn't really helpful. And whatever is something that would be like crazy like that, she doesn't have access to. Like she doesn't have like a Suprema Ultra Laser Pistol, for instance.
Does she have access to an automatic pistol or an automatic SMG?
Not ordinarily, but even then.
Because even if you drink a potion of giant strength, you have to get to the person and having like 30 bullets a second flying towards you.
I mean, Hannah's a hunter.
That doesn't really. I understand what you're saying.
It's she has fantasy bullshit. Even if she's a human, she's got fantasy bullshit. I mean, she could fucking make a potion to breathe fire. We have the materials for that. Yeah, basically any ATK character against any AA character is generally not fair. The only thing that could potentially save their asses is them having the ship or any mech. Even if it was like the super shitty refrigerator one. They have guns in AA, just not sci-fi guns. But even like the guns in ATK aren't really sci-fi guns.
They do have laser guns.
But we don't use them, ever.
No, we don't. Yep, Crazy is right. The smallest laser you can see is on power armor, so there's those small arms laser.
Yeah. So she's basically like less than the normal human. The only thing that she has on Hannah that she might not expect is that she couldn't poison her if she tried. She tries to poison her, she's like, whoa, this is fucking amazing, Hannah, whoa! Okay, you know what, I don't even want to fucking kill you anymore. What's in this shit? I want to sell it! And Hannah would be freaking the fuck out.
God. The passive jug resistance of the Canopans is like among my favorite things that I in ATK just because of how cool it is to me, or like how prevalent it is.
Like I actually don't really like Dordorfi, but I enjoy it for Canopus for some reason because it's more like hyper recreational.
Yep.
So it's more like
YouTuber model
super
post.
weed rather than hyper meth. Which I know does exist, but I don't really explore that side. I explore the like, oh shit, I'm seeing colors, but like she can handle her shit because she's Canopen.
Oh, it fixed itself. Your model was frozen for like a minute.
Yeah, I think I was leaning too far to the screen. I was trying to banana back myself.
Yeah.
And while infantry can carry, it can only carry it as a crew served weapon. Yeah.
Dude, bro, it really depends on the context of the fight, because if it's an official duel, I don't think that would interject. Especially versus someone who clearly is not matched. She's saying Indra versus ships. If it's like a dog-eat-dog fight in the middle of nowhere, yeah, 100% she would interject.
I mean, if it's like a duel, she wouldn't interrupt, no. But if it's like a random-ass bitch on the field trying to kill him, she did.
Oh yeah, no, that's not.
Indra wouldn't be able to win against like any student, not including Mason.
Well, Mason has magic.
Well, yeah, but he's also like melee magic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm saying though, Hannah's the only character I can think of that doesn't feel as human plus, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
or
like Gavin. She probably would still lose to Gavin, although she'd have a slightly better chance just because he's a good person, and she would probably fool him.
Oh yeah.
Like in general, Indra's like attitude probably gives her one of the weirdest edges in the battle. Because she'd just be like, she's like, oh, hey, man, how you doing? Like, she'd just be so fucking casual, and then all of a sudden she's literally snapping your neck. And there's, like, no hesitation, no long-ass battle. No, there is, you're just dead.
Which, honestly, yeah, it would give her a huge edge, because since A is very anime-inspired, people tend to talk. Like, writer tends to monologue, obviously, but, like, even the non-anime
even in ATK, they monologue. It's just Indra doesn't let you do that. she just doesn't. Like, if we get into a situation where there is a hostage situation and someone is trying to monologue while they're talking, if the person doesn't have hostage training, it's just like, okay, blam. you're goodbye.
So far, any
Canopen characters actually So far, any Canopen characters act like they are actually from the planet Canopus, but from my understanding, the magic strategy is very diverse, and outside of the global overarching military, even the whole boys or girls reversal is not omnipresent. That's not okay. First of all, Canopus, I don't believe. Okay, so there is a capital of Canopus named Canopus, right?
Yeah, planet Canopus. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Indra and Michael are from the planet Early Dawn. And according to 404, as far as the timeline is right now, that still is kind of the case. Sure, there is a bunch of immigrants and it is a melting pot, but think of it as like, think of it as, okay, so Canopus basically is America anyway, right? But it's, think of how America treats other people's cultures that revolve gender stuff at all. They don't care. They don't care. It's always the same. So anyone who's been born in Canopus and like, how would I put this? As a Canopen citizen, like a primary Canopen citizen, especially from like a primary bloodline thing. From what you understand, it's always been a sort of melting pot. I'll let you go, Wolf.
The melting pot aspect of Canopus is cultural, not gender-based. That's the thing. They get pulled in, they take the best parts of whatever culture that they have been integrated in. It could be like Capellan or whatever, that type of thing. But the gender-based things have always been present, which is why actually got me into Canopus, because it was so weird that they were so pro-freedom, pro-choice, pro everything like that, but then they had this one thing, which is very true to life, even in America. Also, America is not. They call themselves a melting pot, and they kind of are, but they do not have a good attitude or good policy on immigration. Unlike, say, Canopus, who has an open policy on immigration and good paths.
But even then, like, if we look at America again, right? America is a melting pot, right? It has a bunch of different cultures, a bunch of access to a lot of different foods, and are sort of fair weather welcoming. But in general, like the whole gender thing, it's pretty universal, or if there is any form of difference in it, the sheer overwhelming majority just completely muffles it out.
Yep. Also, just like in real life, there are spheres of influence or spheres of degrees where a culture's specific aspects of the culture are more prevalent. Just like, say, where Michael's from, they're a lot more conservative than a normal than most people consider Canopans. But you have other spheres where there's not as prevalent, but it's still there. It's always going to be there because that's built from the culture from the ground up. It's like trying to uproot gender dynamics and gender politics within America. You're not going to do that. Also, shit out. I understand. I'm not taking it as criticism at all. It's actually just an interesting topic.
Yeah, no, I'm not either. I'm just explaining how the lore has been explained to me, and how 404 told me to play it.
That could that can actually exist, and that would be really cool to see. That it's just that you have to really think about it, actually, because you don't realize how much a culture influences you, even if you feel like you're out of it, because you never really are out of it.
Like, I could see someone who's like says that they're like anti-drug is not actually anti-drug in the way that we think, but they're more like, I don't do that needle shit, man. That's fucking sketch. Bad for your body, melts your brain. But what do you mean I can't have the fucking
edibles?
Like edibles, dude. What? That's completely safe. It's completely fine.
Or even the gender reversal thing. Like, there are people in real life that grew up in very conservative areas that feel like they have understood and learned and grew up, and then they find aspects of themselves that they realize that they internalized. I think Chris would agree with me that internalized misogyny exists, and that is a very prevalent part of society.
I had to deal with that.
Yeah. So if you're doing that, it would be very similar to that, where it's a lot more subtle. Which I always try to play Michael that way. Is that he has a lot of internalized misandry in this case.
Plus, with how open Canopus is with immigration, being a first-gen Canopan raised in an immigrant household. Oh yeah, dude, it would be so fucking bad. Like, I would love to see a story on that, because, like, high-key, they would have been treated like complete dog shit. I would love someone to actually explore that whole, you're in Canopus, speak our language shit.
I was about to say I would like to see a guy do that, but actually I would rather see a girl.
Yes. I actually think it would be much more interesting to have, like, another girl Canopan, but, like, they don't subscribe to the whole... They aren't,
born in Canopus.
They aren't born in Canopus, they recently immigrated, because that's what Fianti was, and that's why Andrew was, like, fucking all over her, but, yeah, and that's also why, Indra actually mentioned this before, but Fianti actually got, Indra sober. Like, clean. which is fucking hard on Canopus. Because it's like being vegan in America.
It's like, walk to any of the stores. No, I'm good. They offer you anything.
Yeah, pretty
They look
much.
at you weird.
But what if they
What's
are
it-
not treated like shit? I mean, okay. Shut up, you have to understand that when you are exploring anything as a roleplay, you have to tackle the negative aspects. You can't just walk in as a positive Andy, or you have nothing to talk about.
Also, a calling in America is just a good like shorthand. I'm wholesale. If Canopus actually existed, it'd be so fucking different.
Oh yeah. I mean, you have to remember too that they like subscribe to a whole royal bloodline thing.
That
They probably
and
have a fair bit of racism too.
you need to understand that, like, America, as much as we have progressed in a lot of ways, we are a foundation of puritanical principles. Like, having that entire society not have that, it makes them wildly fucking different from the ground up. That is true, Collector Raven. That's why we picked. That's why Christy picked Early Dawn, because it was very unexplored.
Yep. It was a planet that had no lore, so I could do whatever the fuck I wanted with it. Or very few lore, rather.
Outside of that, apparently one corporation, Maglus.
Yeah. Because it's generally not really talked about, I can do whatever the hell I want with it, pretty much, and that's why the Eclipse Cosmetics Corporation's there. Stereotypical problems? Okay, so... Let me ask you this then. What would you explore as a Canopan character
In ATK.
in ATK if you aren't going to explore the concepts that you are presently saying you don't want to see?
I don't think he's saying he doesn't want to see. I think
Well,
he's just
no. I mean, like, that, like, in terms of, like, a negativity thing.
Yeah. What would you do with the Canopan?
Well, I'm about
If you're
to kill a
handed the
lot of
character?
things, so this is a perfect time. There's no way I'm gonna be able to focus for a bit.
They said how such a character perhaps struggles to fit in with that society, just to name a thing.
Well, usually a lot of the reasons why a character like that would be, like, say, a first-generation immigrant would struggle to fit into that society is because inherently the society doesn't have support structures for them, and when a society doesn't have support structures for certain people, they kind of view you as a hindrance or lesser.
Yep. Another.
So it basically kind of rounds back to the same thing.
Also, if you have such a fundamental difference between two cultures, especially in terms of like talking, the way you act, the way you feel, like the way you posture yourself, the way you converse with other people, it creates a situation where you're very similar to people who can't understand and read body language, because you're speaking a different language essentially at that point. So, which means that you'll be ostracized in the same way people who will struggle to understand social norms would be. I think the term in Japan is KY, which is like the atmosphere. Yes, great anime. That is true. I actually did read about that. Canobas do not like Free Worlds League, or at least they. Yeah.
Steve, high schoolers. Nice. Hello, Nuclear. Oh, well, then you're in a very good place then.
I love cultural discussions.
Me too.
That's one of my favorite aspects of ATK because of that.
Yep. I wish more people were willing to explore the dirty. You know what I mean? Not even just the dirty, but like the stigma. Because if I was to like make any dig at anything, it's that people only want to talk about the mech.
Yep. The ground floor is inherently much more interesting to me than anything to do with the giant robots.
Yep. I don't understand them, I don't care to understand them. I'm here for the complex social structures, thank you.
Shada said, but that's the thing, I'm trying to imagine a scenario where the person is struggling, but they don't have the stereotypical discrimination based on being a first generation immigrant. I'm thinking...
I'm sorry, just keep going. My ADHD was kicking in, so I was trying to interrupt.
I am thinking like a person who would be struggling to reconcile the values their parents exhibit, even if they do not subscribe to them, against those of their friends and this culture their family has chosen to adopt by moving here.
I'm gonna ask you a very direct question.
Me?
Yes, because you have parents who are immigrants, and like first generation even.
Correct.
Is that even possible to have someone go through that and not face that kind of discrimination?
No.
Yeah, I don't think that's realistic, or true to their experience in any realistic capacity.
You're asking for complete indoctrination or indoctrination into a culture, which doesn't happen. What you are is essentially a weird mixture of both, where you don't fully feel like you're one or the other. Usually within a couple of generations that changes though. So probably third or fourth generation at that point. You have no idea how weird it was to move from where I was from, because there are a lot of people with similar cultural backgrounds, and then going to like a predominantly white town or white city. I for the first time felt like an outsider, even though I was still an American.
I'm not sure what you mean by shut up. Are you saying that you want to explore the fact that they would be rejected by society, or the fact that they wouldn't be?
Are you talking about the alienation that passively happens because you're not from the culture, or at least your family isn't from that culture?
I'm fighting the Glee Club!
Yes.
Fuck. I did my posture too well. I was sitting on my tailbone. It hurts.
I'm waiting for them to respond.
Yeah, we can be patient. So. Yeah, like even my dad was a first immigrant, and unfortunately what happened as a result for him is that he had to reject everything that he was and everything from where he came from to even remotely fit in, and he's very, very quiet as a result. And he kind of just does whatever people tell him to. It's really sad.
I think I don't know if there's like a specific person term, but it's whitewashing.
I don't.
I don't know any other term.
I don't think whitewashing fits that, but I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah. Removal of cultural identity.
Yeah. Don't turn around. Yeah, because whitewashing is a very specific term that's used for, like having a character be of a certain nationality, and then making them white.
Yep.
Or race, rather.
こういう時だからね。
Correct,
Don't
Kelly.
like that.
It does exist. It's just not as common.
I can pet them. I must pet. My first read thoughts. Been really uneasy lately. Got a bad feeling about what's going on. I was thinking about the internal struggle of the individual, like the locals accept them and treat them well, while their parents are saying that they are adopting this new culture with different values. It's not like their parents can flick a switch and change everything about themselves, and they see some of that, and maybe some of the leftovers of their original culture are consistently subconsciously exhibited by the parents, which clashes with what this person is taught to value everywhere else and everyone else outside their home. I don't think it's possible that they won't have external pressure. Because, like, using my dad as an example, he was ridiculed constantly until he basically had to give up everything of what he was. Including not speaking Spanish, including having a different accent.
I will say, there are usually cultural havens within a melting pot. So, like, for instance, like Little China.
Yeah, but they would have to basically live there and never leave there to avoid that.
Avoid it completely? No. Yes, it would be impossible to avoid it completely, but it would at least create a bastion, or like an ability to like maybe push it back a bit. Because that's actually probably one of the reasons why my parents had so much of their cultural identity.
Yeah, we're talking first-generation immigrants.
Correct. That's why my parents have so much of their cultural identity, is because of the place where they live. There's so much, not specifically of them, but it's much more of that, very similar to their own culture.
Yo, check out these losers in here.
Hi, Eso!
Hi.
We're talking about ATK.
We're talking about cultural intersection between a first-generation immigrant and living inside a culture they're trying to adopt. At least parents.
Wow, that's a lot. I thought you were talking about funny robots go ding dong. Okay.
This is our shit. This is why I played a Canope.
I guess I gotta use my brain. All right, that's fine.
I gotta turn you up. I should probably turn Wolf up too. Oh, Wolf is maxed out.
I am. Leave me alone.
Wolf's just
No,
a quiet boy.
You're fine. I can adjust everything around you. It's okay. I have to do that for comp as well. It's just mic stuff.
Well, I will not interrupt you guys.
Oh no, you're good. You're good.
Shit ow. God, why am I having such a hard time with your name? Shit ow. You are making a lot of sense. It does make sense. It would be very difficult to pull off without having a lot of experience with that particularly.
The circumstances in which to have a concept like that actually be pulled off realistically, at that point, you don't even need to make them a Canopan. Them being Canopan is completely irrelevant at that point.
Yeah.
Because if they're not participating in any of, like, actual Canopan culture, and I know that you're saying that they're converting themselves into a different culture, but that there is no way for someone to completely change everything of what they were at a drop of a hat.
It would be, especially because it's both culture and gender.
Yep.
Because they had to do gender roles too. Can you imagine being a like traditional masculine man and a traditional feminine woman, and then going as a couple going to Canopus and then having to deal with the fact that you're treated the opposite?
Dude, something as simple as you getting your ass slapped in the fucking locker room would be fucking hell. But they do, that's the point. They're invested by virtue of having friends in their family. Okay. Wait, okay, so are they the embodiment of Canopan culture, or the culture that they have from before?
They're dropping their original culture and trying to adopt the Canopan culture.
Yeah. The transitional period for which someone to actually their friends are canopans? I mean, sure. Yeah, sure. They can have proper friends that treat them well and are canopans, but the whole... You're not going to interact with only those people. They could be the only ones that you give a damn about, but... that isn't all you're going to get. Could just be your naivete or your lack of cultural background, but you'd like to think there are many places in a modern melting pot culture like the US that are very accepting, if not tolerating, people from other cultures in their society.
Well, that's a bit more of a difficult ask in the MechWarrior world, because you gotta understand just how horribly like each house,
bear in mind, canopans aren't subscribed to the houses, but go on.
Oh yeah, no, I just more or less mean like in the MechWarrior world, in like all these different places, the amount of just like tight-minded, like closed in a box, like thought process that a lot of the people in there have, like you probably would have some world or some place that's kind of like the US in terms of a melting pot, but it would be rare.
I mean,
like
it's
it's really bad.
Like, even if you acknowledge the American melting pot, let's just take a fucking step back and look at how Americans treat any older culture outside of their own.
I would argue, though, that the closer that the culture that is trying to intersect with the American culture that is, you call it like similar, they must have a much easier time. Is when you have very, very different ones, which is when it becomes very bad very quickly. So that's the problem I would have with, not the problem, but like that's the issue that person would have trying to intersect Canopan to non-Canopan, because it's flipped. It's not similar, it's the opposite, which means you would have a horrible, horrible time. Because if you were trying to integrate into, like, I don't know, Capellan, like, you would have a horrible time, but it's at least you had a core aspect, like something similar, but it's so different that it would just cause those things. Also, Shadow, that is correct. There's microaggressions and normal aggressions of any kind.
I've been getting back into Payday 2 recently.
Oh yeah?
Nice.
I forgot how much fucking fun that stupid fucking game is.
I'm going to just kind of drop this ball. I don't think it's physically possible. And it probably... As someone who's had a first-generation immigrant parent, and from everyone else that I have spoken to that have had these experiences, especially immigrating into an alleged melting pot, I don't think it's possible. It's probably even a little bit disrespectful even.
So what is it exactly that they're...
I don't think you're doing this intentionally, by the way. I think it's just more so a thing that you haven't physically seen, which is okay. It is a science fiction setting that is a part of what drives you to imagine a scenario like this, but that's not what the MechWarrior world is. It's not what it's been built to be. MechWarrior as a setting is inherently crazily fucking racist.
Classist, racist, sexist.
Every kind of ist you can think of. And it's everywhere, in every single culture. Canopus isn't the exception of that. They are slightly better in that they actually allow other people to immigrate, but that doesn't mean that they treat them well.
fact,
I think
probably one of the. Oh, go ahead, buddy.
Okay. I think if I remember correctly, the exact wording was that they take the best aspects of cultures that they integrate and try to use them, which is good. But it what do you call it? It speaks to a certain level of indoctrination that has to happen at that point.
Yeah, they will convert them into being a part of their culture.
Yes, they'll take the aspects that they like, but it doesn't mean that they are themselves. They would have to be Kenopan.
And how would you be able to tell what part of each culture is bad?
Yep, it would be through the lens of the majority.
Yep, so there is absolutely erasure going on.
That's the word, erasure. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Here's the thing, Callan. The problem with that assessment is that a lot of the nations that you're talking about have those races in them. They're saying that MechWarrior is more nationalist than racist, which they're both, technically. It's the same issue that Indra fell into when she was trying to broker peace relations between the clans people and the non-clans people. And it was actually very similar to trying to integrate people of different cultural backgrounds, specifically races. What were you saying, Depressive?
Oh, what's up? Oh. It does kind of depend on what house you're also looking at, I suppose. It's always been kind of difficult, because I suppose if we're looking at the RP, we have to look at what time frame we're currently at, and then it gets even more complicated from that, because then there's different wars going on, and the houses are at different states that are happening right now, because, dear God, House Kurita's every fucking war they goddamn change.
Yep, and if you go to Kenopan, they just revamped their education system 5 years ago. Their education was dog shit before.
You guys would know more about Kenopan stuff than me. I've always tried to keep track of Kurita and Davian, because those are the two where my character comes from. So
yeah, that makes sense. That's literally the only reason why I know anything about Canopus, because it's the only one that I have studied for. Give me any other test, I'll fail.
Yep. That's exactly the reason why I don't know if you remember, Christy, but when you interviewed Michael for the logistics position,
yep,
that's the reason why he was like, I have a very limited education.
Yep. Because they still probably don't want to bring their fucking men to
that, and literally the last year that he would have been in school, they redid the entire education system from the ground up. Before then, it was considered the worst aspect of that entire system. So he legitimately had a bad schooling. Thankfully, he's a very intelligent but very knowledge hungry. So he did it himself, sort of, but it's not perfect.
Yeah. What are these kids?
Honestly, I kind of want to see some more. I guess when I've looked at what a lot of the characters come from, I've been noticing that there's been a huge. I remember for a bit, it felt like every 10 seconds there was either someone who was saying that they were part Kenopan.
Yep.
Or was from Canopus
and
for a bit.
Oh my god. Had to literally shove her boot in people's mouths.
You need that damn approval.
I heard it a bunch, and I was just like
thank you, dude, bro.
I would love to see some more there's There's fucking 1, 2, 3. There's 5 houses of different huge ethnic groups that they could be choosing from, or all of the plethora of clans as well, or just any
Sadly,
of the other.
So, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Sadly, the clans one, you have to go through DM approval.
Yeah,
Things
yeah,
are gonna be a
no.
lot longer.
Yeah, like I understand that fully, but like it's kind of like
people who are applying.
Yeah, well, I mean, so like for instance, let's say that like, okay, so you just want to be an NPC, so you could be from any of the houses. Realistically, you could be from any of them. Lau, Steiner, Davian, Merrick, Karita. You could be from any of the houses. And whenever I talk to people, like for instance, I have not heard a single person from the RP say that they're from House Lau or Steiner.
There is one from Lau.
There is one from Lau.
There is one from Lau.
You met them.
The medic?
Yes, the medic.
Ah! I knew it because okay, got it. Alright, that makes sense.
They actually know Chinese fluently, so it's like...
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, no, it's so fucking sick.
Or from deep space. Well, okay, oh boy, deep space.
Canopus is periphery, I'm just saying.
So we have a lot of periphery characters, actually.
Yeah. But I will say there's a particular place called the Outer Worlds League that is really cool, and I want someone to be from there.
Oh yeah, there is! Shit, I totally fucking forgot.
Collector Raven, it would be Mandarin, not Cantonese. If you're talking about that particular character. From what she has told me.
And the survival to adulthood. Yeah, that's actually pretty true. There are certain houses that if you came from there, you probably didn't live past fucking 25.
There's also a clan that I want to see. I want to see Ghost Raven, or Snow Raven. I forgot the Raven one. I'm looking into them, especially with their intermingling of the Outer Worlds League. It's really cool, and you can make a really cool character with that, especially how secretive and how paranoid they are.
Yo, conspiracy theorist character?
Yes, essentially.
Oh my god, I haven't played one yet! In a while! I want to do it. If I die. But, you know, I don't want her to die. I really like Indra.
This is like the third character we have talked about.
Well, yeah. Which, by the way, my first alt's a Knopen. I'm sorry, not a Knopen, a Comstar.
I know.
Well, I'm telling Asa.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
God, there's so much untapped mining shit you can do with Comstar, how freaking weird they are.
I will tell you this, Asa. They are a civvy, and they are completely brainwashed.
Wonderful.
I forgot, were you gonna make them Blakist or not? I forget.
I don't think I would be allowed to, but I would, I could walk up to Sprix and be like, hey, do you want to explore this kind of storyline? And if she says no, then I'm like, okay, now just go on with the civvy thing. Because I'm just way more inherently interested in the whole civvy side of literally every single faction ever.
Oh yeah, no, there's so I was doing a lot of research into Davian and Karita, because I was already I've been a Karita boy for a long time, even back when I used to play like BattleTech and shit like that. I always thought that Karita was so cool, you know what I mean? Like fucking space mech warrior samurais, like come on, it's fucking awesome. I don't want to hear any shit. It's fucking cool.
Oh, so that's why you're fucking...
Well, okay, so the main reason why is because back in the day when I think it was MechWarrior either 2 or 3, but Karita was the house that was basically looked at as the good guy, the underdogs, kinda. Like they basically had a story where they had to go around and just fix everyone's goddamn problems. I forget which MechWarrior it was, I swear, but I always kind of loved Karita because the way that a lot of the Karita soldiers and stuff were played was they had leadership who was basically like suicide missions all the time. and then all of the Kurita boys would just basically be a whole bunch of people like, okay, we can't call for help, can't request shit, we pretty much just got each other, so if we're gonna die with our fucking plasma guns overheated and our guns out of ammo. And it was always cool. I always fucking loved it. And then Mech Assault even had a section where you have to go help some Kurita boys, and they are just like, yeah, we thought we were just gonna die, like nobody was coming, and it was just like I don't know why. I always just soldiers fighting to the end was always a fucking cool thing for me. I always loved Kurita for that.
Oh, I understand.
I completely understand considering your background.
This is true. But for the civilian side, for Kurita, it's obviously a lot of Eastern culture, just big shocker. But a lot of the people are shockingly tolerant. Like obviously they kind of follow the, hey, okay, yeah, you got to follow the rules of the house. But a lot of Kurita is decently tolerant whenever it comes to people and their cultures. The only thing that they don't, and they're not very tolerant of, is clanners. But that's kind of every house, really. I think almost every house is just kind of like, fuck them. Except for, I think it's the free worlds. Hold on, I need to pull back up the map.
Yeah. There's actually a video that I found of someone like documenting each of the factions and like breaking down what they have done and did, and it was actually a good video, which is very rare for me because I was like looking at BattleTech when I was making Michael. I could not find good videos where there were not like sweaty, there were sweaty people writing in notebooks.
Oh fuck yeah, dude! It's so difficult, man. Free Worlds League.
I wouldn't have been able to understand anything if I didn't have 404 literally ranting at me about what Mech Warrior was and how Canopus worked. Because he put it in a way that I could understand, and he did that for a month straight.
The Free World League just didn't care because the clans never got to them.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
It's very easy to be friends with people who didn't colonize you. Or try to.
That's true, but I mean, when you actually look up like what the clans kind of did, I really can't blame a lot of the houses for just hating them with just pure passion in their hearts. Not to say the houses didn't do fucked up shit, because every house started off fucked up in a million different ways. But that was kind of how I hate saying like justifiable, but considering that like the entire universe fell apart, stuff had to get set back up in some way. This is a fucked up way to do it, but I don't know. I can't imagine what I would do if the entire world fell apart and then we had to recreate it from the ground up.
Oh yeah, it's understandable how fucked it is. It makes sense. It's just still fucked.
It's fucky yucky.
Also, shit out. I understand, but also think about it like this: English teachers that go to Japan, they don't change the culture that much. It's the culture still enforces them. If that's what you're talking about, if I misread. I might have misread that, I bet. It's really cool though that you got to play a character that you liked playing in the game.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it was. To be fair, when I created the character, I kind of noticed that like this is someone who's like he's been a mech warrior for a good bit, and he's served in 2 houses and Comstar. I was kind of expecting them to be like, all right, you gotta tone that down a bit, but then they were just 100% for it, and I was like, okay, alrighty.
They really want people to play their culture, which is really cool. I like that. I wish more people did that. Sorry for interrupting the press, so you can keep going.
Oh, you're good, bro. You're passionate, man. You're fine, dog. It's okay. No, I actually went back and I reinstalled on an emulator and stuff like that to play MechWarrior 3 and 4, and then I just one of them I did the Karita story and the other I did the Davian. Although I think they had different, because I know that like Karita kind of becomes the Draconis and then Davian becomes something else, I think. But I basically played through those storylines, and then based on how the soldiers spoke to each other and the way the commanders commanded you, that kind of gave me what lessons I needed. Because that's what my character did. He spent his whole life pretty much in a mech fighting. So I didn't really need to know how their lifestyles were, because that's not what he did.
Yep.
And it gave me an excuse just to play the games. I was studying.
I swear it's for character studying.
Yeah, it's for character studying. Now let me relearn these terrible controls. Federated Sons. Yeah. Fucking pretentious bastards.
Yo, Kirby Knight, thank you for the raid! How was your stream, man? What'd you do? What? I'm surprised that worked.
Also, Depressed, I didn't get to ask you, how are you feeling after last episode?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just yes.
Saturday was actually when I had talked to Sprix about the idea, and I was just like, cool, just don't let Mizu know or anything like that. Well, yeah, because I didn't want you. I wanted you to be in and out of characters surprised. So I was just.
Oh yeah. No.
Yeah.
Good job. Method X, thank you.
I had spoke to them and all of that, and I was like, cool. You know what? This will either go really well or absolutely horrendous. And it started going really well, and it was kind of cute, and I was like, cool, alright, everything's going alright, we're doing good here, you know what I mean, a little bit of blushing, there's still about a 50% chance this is a good sign, 50% this is a horrible sign, you know, you never know with this fucking crazy bitch, and then we went back to our room, and I will be honest, the whole reason why Wave actually stayed was because coming out of the Marine Corps and whatnot, I have a bit of a defeatist nature when it comes to social stuff. I did not have the best experience, and I've always just kind of been like, socially, I don't think I'm the greatest. I have had moments in the past. And Ribbon has been slamming me over the head every time. I'm just like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. She's like, no, stupid, shut up, stop. And she's kind of helped me realize it a lot. And as I was about to leave, I actually was thinking about her for a second, and I was like, no, fuck it, no, hold on a second. You know what? Until you are like yelling at me or pushing me out, I'm not gonna go. Not right now, because the character had gotten her to like such a state that I had thought to myself, if someone got me to this state, and then just fucking left, how the fuck would I feel? And Anther's pretty pissed, so...
What you did by doing that is that she gave you A, B, and C answer, you picked E.
Yep. It's so funny because I actually thought you would, when that first happened, I thought you were planning the whole thing. That he was going to be all depressed and then have like the fucking anime as fuck clapback. I was sitting here like, oh, SO, you have a flair for the dramatic, I see, but nope. It's just your own nerd.
So God almighty, every time I've wanted to just be like, fuck it, I'm just gonna do an anime, you know what I mean? Because it's fun, you know. Sometimes it's good
It's
to just
fun
be
doing
like,
anime.
yeah. But every time I think about doing it, someone does it in such a way, like either a day before or in an RP that I'm in or something, that kind of makes everybody fucking either cringle up or roll their eyes, and I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
maybe I shouldn't do that.
No.
For you,
no,
for you to be anime, you have to go full force. You can't backpedal at all. You have to full force it, otherwise you're gonna fall on your face.
Yeah, no.
And if here's a tip. Because I know you're not going for endearing, you're going for dramatic. You can't do the Curry thing where you're like, huh, I see you finally stepped forward, or something like that. You would basically you need to full on. Basically, what you fucking did with that second like clapback was basically perfect because it was emotional, it was in their face, it was like intense, shit like that. It's good. It's very good.
I thank you. Oh, yeah, yeah.
I thought you did a great job.
Also,
I don't plan out any of that. I want you to understand that my stupid
that's even better because then it was authentic.
My stupid is natural.
It's okay. I like your stupid.
I also, Esso, you're welcome for the wingman. All
Good
I'm
man.
saying.
Good man. No, good man. Good man.
Nothing would have been possible without Michael.
Dude, I want you to know every time it's like around nighttime, if Wave is getting any kind of private time with her, what I always try to do, because I hate the idea of out of character taking people away from other people and like role playing.
Oh, I understand.
I always, as Wave, try to wait till the end of the episode, because I'm like, okay, they've had all the time.
Most people anyway. So.
True enough. But even then, it just feels like everyone always is just coming right by that goddamn door every goddamn time. Like, I need to speak to you, Major. I stubbed my toe. And it hurt.
So
and
I'm slightly short. Major, I'm slightly short of breath. Major.
Like, here's the thing that drives me the most nuts, right? One of the coolest things about this merc group is they have military values, but you don't have to follow them, because here's a spoiler: we're mercenaries. So whenever anyone tries to tell Wave, yeah, I know, because like I had security try to have someone be like, Wave, stand at ease. Why? Is this the military? Well, no. Then, no. I'm a pilot. I don't get paid enough for this shit. Are you kidding me? I don't even have health insurance. If I lose my leg, I get a doctor making fun of me because I lost my leg, and then I might get a replacement. Maybe.
Actually, I think they kind of do have life insurance. Because every single thing that you guys get hurt for, you don't have to pay the doctors a fucking cent.
Emotionally, you do.
The cost is emotional.
Yeah, they make sure. They're just like, alright, that's fine. I'll suffer even further in my life to keep you alive.
Oh,
going back.
Well,
looks at Dr. Jacobs.
Look at Dr. Jacobs!
Jacobs, dude! That's literally... Oh
also,
my god, I'm fucking rolling.
Fucking Jacobs.
Also, Depresso, have you know that entire, like, the last bit of it was planned, but that was entirely happenstance with multiple characters slightly moving Michael into that hallway. He was not in that hallway before.
I'm so sorry. Well, the thing that I actually was gonna go back to was, so we have security, right? So if you notice that, you know, a character caused a conflict, a fight, or anything like that, you would go tell security. And then, if it's a big enough issue, security would bring it up to the major, the commander, their gunny, their lead. And then if it's a medical problem, you bring it up to...
Medical.
medical. And then if
That's
medical
bigger.
thinks it's a big enough issue, they bring it up to their lead, who would then, if they thought it was a big enough issue, would bring it up to the commander, the major.
Yeah.
But every motherfucker is just like,
Immediately
whoa, hold
going
on.
to Indra.
Was there a conflict? Indra, he hurt her.
Yeah, like okay. So by the way, the character I need to figure out if he talked to Dom first, because like he was going straight to Indra or the commander to like complain, like to quit or try to quit. The guy that talked to the commander after your meeting.
No, look, I'm not giving criticism to that guy. He fucking made my entire point so much more clear. Because that's literally, Esso, you need to understand. Indra was fucking yelling at the commander again, okay? About Slager, about the bomb. And the biggest point that she rounded about to was, look, man, this is bigger than just Slager, this is bigger than just the bomb itself. The problem that you have right now, of what you're showing to me, is that because you are unwilling to punish Slager over this, if you don't punish Slager over this means that you will never punish anyone on this ship for anything ever, and especially not your special little dumplings. And right now, the perception that the ship has on you is not that you are incompetent, but you are incapable of leading. And literally, immediately after, the moment that they left the fucking room, there was a support who literally screamed at the commander, I think you are incapable of leading this ship.
Really?
Yes! It was fucking perfect! I can stand on these? It was perfect!
By the way, that character, I know about that character. That character has been building up like that amount of anger for a long time.
Yep.
Well, it runs into that really difficult thing that I think we had talked about before, where it's kind of like, yeah, I don't want to take away the person's role play, right? Like, you don't want to just kick, banish, remove them.
Yeah.
And obviously, you know, that does kind of build limitations. And I could imagine that fucking Haven and Sprix deal with that quite often, because, you know, they have to try to figure out, okay, we're not just gonna kick you out. But the problem the problem it creates with these NPCs is these fucking NPCs, they remember shit. They're the scary NPC. Do I need to bring up the fact that they fucking borderline started a union with the fucking engineers who were like, we were on strike?
They literally were on strike. She actually brought that up too. Is like, dude, your men literally went. Your mech techs literally were on strike earlier, and the only reason they thought that anything could be solved was because I was the person handling the punishment.
Yep. God.
That shouldn't be the case. I'm not trying to take your leadership position from you. You shouldn't want that either.
Also, it's kind of scary when we've got the leadership for the cooks, who's having massive PTSD episodes and has been thrown to medical every episode. We've got a pink-haired lady who sometimes is actually really understandable and totally like, okay, I understand where you're coming from, but then also sprints around the ship with a bunch of knives and almost kills somebody.
It's not even just that, dude. Do you know the full story for that?
No,
I don't even know the full story.
I don't know the full story.
This is basically the story. Dominic wanted to have a positive relationship with Kala because, you know, she wasn't eating, she's scared of the staff because, you know, she's scared of literally every single staff on the ship, but I digress. So Dom's like, okay, I'm gonna let you enter the kitchen with my permission, and you can have some fun there. And she was like, okay. So she walks in, she takes a knife, says, I'll be taking this, leaves. And she does that 6 more times, hides them around the ship, runs away from security as they try and interrogate and arrest her. Why do we entertain this girl anymore? I've already given her this talk that she needs to actually play by the rules. Yes, you don't understand the rules. Okay, I understand. However, that's fucking common sense. That isn't anything to do with any mercenary unit. That has nothing to do with any kind of, military. That's common sense. You should have known better on that one. What the fuck are you doing? And then, yes, she is literally, sprinting down the hallways with knives pointing forward. And she tried to claim that they tried to run into her knives.
I'm also, dude, bro, like, at least up until she walked into, when she walked into support, I can tell you I was there. That is what happened. Before then, yeah, I don't know what the hell happened before then, why she walked in with the knife and everything, but she did legitimately take 6 knives.
But, it also gets a little bit worse, because you have to remember that, like, there is a time and place for this shit, right? It was just announced that there was a traitor on ship, and that there could be more. And so she thinks that it would be a perfect time to hide weapons around the ship.
Collector Raven, I am sorry. Any meme that you do in an RP will be taken seriously.
All your memes have consequences. Don't do something you don't want to get punished for.
You also have to think of where you are. So I was getting a little bit worried that the way I was reacting with Wave, I was a little bit worried. Am I just out of character, getting annoyed by this character? Because sometimes that does kind of happen, especially in like a lot of the more like serious role plays. Like sometimes whenever someone starts memeing, or their character, I should specify, starts memeing a little bit, some would say too much. I have to kind of think to myself, okay, hold on, am I out of character, getting a little bit annoyed? So I sat down, and I actually went and got, because I actually have a bunch of MechWarrior books, because, hey, it's a great resource, and it kind of gives you a bit of an insight of how that universe functions. And there's a couple about mercenary groups, because that's kind of what 90% of fucking MechWarrior really is, just a bunch of houses telling mercenaries, do the dirty things, because then we don't get in trouble. They get angry at you, not me. Which is literally how it functions, by the way. You can't blame, like, if Karita sends a mercenary group to go attack Davian, Davian doesn't get pissed at Karita, Davian gets pissed at the mercenary group, which is kind of ass backwards. But then they also hire that mercenary group to then re-attack Karita. You see the cycle of war. But I read up there is actually a story in one of the Newer Age books, not about a similar situation, but basically about the inner workings of a merc group, and it's actually kind of similar to how our RP goes, but a lot less military, a lot more of just you have a job, do your job, cool. And then people bitch at each other, and then people will like yell at the commander or the lead, and the lead will be like, "Wow, tears, you can cry them, that's cool." And then everyone's just like, "Cool, all right, I bitch and do my job." But then there was actually a story of someone who was just doing nothing but kind of just causing trouble on the ship, and it was one of their pilots. Because the scary thing about pilots, and the reason why in the MechWarrior world pilots are probably one of the scariest resources, is because we need them. Like, they are intensely important, because that's just how the cycle of war goes. If a pilot goes crazy, they're going crazy in a fucking mech.
Yep.
So that's why pilots are treated with like a lot of eyes on, because how important you're, because not everybody can pilot. Because you got to remember, the way the mechs actually work is you get inside and you put on these fucking brain pans, or these kind of like I forget what they're called, cerebral. It's like a helmet that you wear, which helps keep you like connected with the mech. Because if you notice in the actual mechs, like something you may have never noticed, there are like no joysticks or anything, because that's not how you pilot it. You quite literally pilot it with your fucking head, and then you literally like hit the throttle and you stuff like that to turn, to move it and shit like that. But there's no joysticks, because that's how you control it. So in this story, this pilot was causing a lot of fucking trouble to the point where they were basically just pissing off everybody who worked there. So then the commander just told them, "Hey, are you not gonna fucking listen?" And they were like, "No, I'm not." So what this merc group did, and this is one of the good ones. I forget exactly which merc group it was because every story adds a new one. There's never really a consistency, except on some, but that's normally books where it's like part 1, part 2. Yeah, they went on a mission, and then some dude with a fucking, I think it was like an AC-20 or an AC-30, just popped a burst round into their backside and blew their cockpit out. And that's how they dealt with them. That was it. Gone. Dead.
They just killed them.
And that's one of the good guys. So I can understand why like some NPCs and some of the other characters would just be like, fucking kill them. Because it's like, yeah, that's exactly what they would do in that world. Yeah, and then especially with Slager.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
God.
Yes.
Like
3000%.
It's not even like, honest to God, like the stuff he did on the planet is, as much as we do make a big deal of it, if you actually look at what you do in any of the MechWarrior games, we as pilots do 80 times worse. Let me remind you, some missions literally state, alright, yeah, we're just gonna go blow up this area. Your mission is just to destroy the buildings here till you hit a certain percentage. Oh, cool. What are we destroying? A residential district. Are there people there? A residential district. Have fun. Okay, and you don't think about it because it's a video game, but the problem is in some of the older games, those are canon stories of you going in and detonating entire districts. And they just never really tell you if there's people. Some of the older games had people there. Little soldiers and shit that you just walk over. And we do horrible things in those games. So like really like what he did was kind of a shrug moment, like, yeah, no, that's just a thing that we do. Because it's the MechWarrior world is very similar to Warhammer, where it's just an age of war. But the things he does aboard the ship, the way he just constantly is like, "Are you having PTSD? Have it worse now. Thank you. Goodbye," and then walks off. Like, dude, motherfuckers would be setting up traps where he normally lives at, so he'd walk in and take a fucking bomb to the leg or some shit. And that would just be a thing that we did. So, yeah, no, I understand why some characters are just, like, pissed at the commander, like, why aren't you dealing with this? He's like, well, these are, you know, this is my crew. And it's like, that's great. I don't care.
You also remember that a lot of these NPCs are also huge, like, MechWarrior super fans, too.
Oh, yeah!
I just got 25%.
Yo, good job.
But the thing that Indra pointed out, particularly for why the bomb was so especially egregious in her eyes, because like Commander actually used the example of the mechs. The difference is that usually,
I was just thinking you collect Raven. It's a Neuro helmets. Neuro helmets.
Yeah. The jobs that the commander usually picks up, and what Indra was told by Darling, and he gave her, you know, his word on the whole thing, of what kind of jobs they pick up, are not that kind, to put it simply. Of the just straight up bombing residential districts, that's not what they do. They usually are going after armed and hostile targets. And in Indra's mind, if you are fighting someone who is in a mech, who is there to hurt another faction regardless of why, and there are civilians in the way, that's different. But like that was not a part of the mission statement. It had It was really fucking poor problem solving. It wasn't communicated with the rest of the team. It wasn't, it even went against the parameters that he had set. Which was, the bomb was supposed to be used in circumstances that were... that they couldn't prepare for, basically. Well, the problem was is that when they were on the ground, they were dealing with small arms. There wasn't that many people. There wasn't that many combatants, even. And there was one marshal that they could have literally dealt with in any other way. And the commander seems to believe that it's easier to cover up a bomb explosion than one of them going to jail, which is absurd. And even then, they didn't know if they were going to jail. They don't... There was not enough information. It had not escalated to the point where the bomb was even remotely necessary.
That and at that point, no civilians had died.
Yep.
Because apparently from things that I did learn about in character, I didn't get to hear all of the specifics, but apparently there was a contract out for that guy's head. So it wasn't like the job was just made up. Apparently he had dealings with fucked up people, and it was just she picked up that contract. Not only because it would get us more money, which looks better on her, but also ex-boyfriend. At that point, we had killed him and some of his guards.
Which means that you had actually filled the contract to its proper parameters.
Yeah, so even if we would have been brought to jail, we could have brought up the contract, what needed to be done, and then we would have either gotten a slap on the wrist or we would have had to pay bail. Because in the Mech Warrior world, that's exactly how it works. It's literally if mercenaries are doing a contract, the houses can't really do much other than just retaliate with more mercenaries, or pay them less or charge them more when they're in that region, which is actually a feature in the game. When you do contracts against other houses, you gain reputation with the house or the group that you're serving, but then you're losing. Yeah. So it's kind of a deal of shrug. Okay, well you were doing your thing. You didn't really kill any civilians. You killed his guards, which they paid money to protect him, so that's on them. Stop shooting people in our fucking area, you know, dumbass. Like, don't stop doing that. And it's like, damn, you know what? Yeah, I won't, but yeah, I gotcha. Let me smile and wave until you let me go. And then I'm still upset about that mission, because as much as everyone says I didn't fuck it up, I had a silenced pistol. If I just would have I could have gotten the fucking dude back there to come into one of the rooms, knocked him out, and then silenced pistol 1-2, and then gone into the room, and then just 1-2, and then just left, or probably just shot him and then not shot her, and then just left. Yeah, that sucks. But then everything went to shit. But the bomb though, man. I knew he was gonna do it. He was hyping it up so much, and I was like, I'm not gonna give you the chance, motherfucker.
So what you're telling me is that he just wanted to use the bomb.
Well, so in character at least, like none of it out of character, because of course out of character, you'd be excited to do some shit like that. Fuck yeah, of course. I get it 1,000,000%. But in character, I know that he was so upset that people did not want him to have that bomb. He made such a big deal about clans being abused and us not being trusted and everything, and he basically he basically guilt-tripped Wave, because now Wave is having to do leadership for Bravo, because our original person, I guess he's getting better now, but at least at the time was throwing a huge bitch fit every 10 seconds and was getting put in the brig every other episode because he was hitting people. So, like, Wave's sitting there like, okay, you know what? You're right. People are treating you guys wrong. I'm going to trust you that you will only use that if we have to, and you'll use it somewhere where people won't get hurt. Where does he use it?
A residential
Out the-
district.
Not even there. At the front of the club. Where
Yeah.
people were currently waiting for police to come by so they could talk to them and get medical aid.
So
We saw them! He saw all of the civilians out there!
I don't know how he hasn't lost his honor by this point.
I believe... See, the thing is, though, is, like... Considering how I've been hearing... And obviously, I'm keeping it only to in-character knowledge. Out of character, of course, I've talked to Ribbo a whole bunch and everything. But just in character, I know that they still hang around him, and I know that they still talk to him and play around and fuck around and all that kind of shit. But if you notice, whenever he's doing a lot of fuck shit, they're not there.
Yep.
They avoid it 1,000,000%. And I think that's because they know. It's just the problem of what can they do? Because the commander's already shown that he's not really going to do anything.
That he won't do anything about it. He's going to be completely complacent and letting them having their reputation be ruined because he's too scared to actually do anything about it.
You've also got Maya, who's having her own batch of problems right now in terms of all the blame and shit that's been thrown at her. And then you've got Andre's character, who literally is a weaker version of a... fuck, what are they? The fucking big boys. I can't remember what the fuck Slager is. I'm gonna just call him a big boy for right now. Just call him a big boy. Elemental, there we go. He's literally a... How did he word it? I guess he's not tube-born. So Slager is stronger than him. So he can't really do much because Slager will just overpower him, and if he just decides... Outranks him too, yeah, good point. So he can't really...
He can't betray him if he wanted to.
So, due to their system, and the fact that the stuff they're going through, and their status, they really can't do anything about it. The only person who can do something about it, really, right now, is essentially the commander. Because if the major tries to do anything, you're gonna get so much fucking hit back immediately of, these are my people, you can't, no, don't do that. Which honestly, if Wave wasn't bleeding out as bad as he was, I think I took a fucking 1, or I must have taken a low ass roll for that gunshot. Wave was just gonna gun him down right there. But I was way too hurt, and the mission was just, nobody else was gonna go do it, and God, my poor boy. So much of that mission was on his shoulders. Which I think even Maya talked to Indra about it, that like Wave had to do pretty much all of it.
Yep. That happened last episode.
Yeah. I watched Divide because I like to see Honey roleplay. Although I don't like seeing her sad, so I couldn't watch the whole thing.
She got her sort of into a better spot because she pretty much said like, there's nothing that we can do at this point, and I don't think there's anything that anyone can say to make me feel better, so I kind of want to move past it. She was like, okay, bet. I'll show you cool shit. You grew up on a snow planet, right? What kind of place do you want to go to next? And she was like, I wanted to go to a place with a lot of greenery, but I already did that. And she's like, oh, okay, so what next? He's like, is there anything else? And Andrew was like, oh shit, little mama, there's so much more to look out for.
Well,
she showing her pictures of cool shit.
Yeah, well, she did tell me that due to a lot of the recent events, she's been having a bit of a harder time playing Maya, and it's also because like the one other character who she can really go to who's not Wave is her boy Razor. But guess what happens when she goes and hangs out with Razor?
Kala gives her shit.
Yeah. So it's I feel really fucking bad for her, cause like I want to be there for his wave, but now that there's this whole now that there's this whole trader and stuff on fucking board, wave is on fucking over. Which, by the way, the amount of goddamn I have to send another document. Actually, that reminds me, I gotta send more IT work. I have set up the ship in such a way that whoever this fucking trader is, if he tries to do anything tampering with communication or data, he's fucked. Outright. I have done all of the IT work, scripts, deleted old accounts, rebuilt the fucking old accounts from scrap. Over the course of the week, every character is going to have to come to the communications room or do it themselves manually to reset their passwords. So everyone's gonna have to reset their stuff, even the commander. So everything will be fresh. We'll have a clean batch of security. I've reevaluated all of the relays, all of our fucking servers, IP addresses, MAC addresses, fucking made sure that we could ping off of everything just fine, security, as well as everybody's comms, and a couple of people who haven't touched their PDA in like months are also going to have to come by to verify that they even have PDAs or that they work. So that way everyone has communications, everyone can respond to each other, nobody has an excuse that says why they could not respond to a message. So if somebody doesn't respond, hey, that's a bad sign. Let's go see where the fuck they've been. So
this is coming from me, that's Michael, but Wave is one of the hardest working people on the fucking ship.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, he keeps on working even post-shift end. And now, here's the thing, is that once he gets, like, this big initial setup shit done, he can be just fucking chilling. But until that happens, it's kind of like, it's big grind time.
I'm almost there. There's just a couple more things that I want to do, because the next thing that I want to do is I want to strengthen our communications, because Waves had to sit through a couple of meetings, because now I pretty much live in the fucking comm room. So people...
Yeah, you're basically like pseudo commander status, but also really not.
Yeah, nah, it's cool. I like just having my little position. It's fine. I'm okay with that. But I've already heard that we've had traders before, and now we have one potentially now, and there's a competing mercenary group, and listening stations, and a whole bunch of stuff. So now Wave's just thinking, okay, so this problem has just been fucking festering. So now what he's doing is basically I'm sending out wideband communications, basically a test message to ping as far as we can, and then he's going to go over every single one of those major pings, which is going to be a lot of work, and basically evaluating the strength, evaluating if there's any odd IP addresses that get pinged as well of anyone who could be listening, how we could strengthen what we've got, how we could improve the relays. Hey, good job, buddy. Basically making sure that we have strong communications, but we have secure communications, which is, as someone who literally does this for a living, is very difficult. Basically, you have to ping a location, and then you have to look at every single IP address that comes up when you ping from that communications. And if any of them do not seem like they fit, because normally the cool thing about IP addresses is they're consistent. So, like, this one ends in a 4, then a 3, then a 2, then a 1, then a 9, then an 8, then a 7. So if all of a sudden I'm seeing a 4 and then a 3, and then a fucking, like, 8, I'm like, okay, what the fuck is 8? And then I can look into that and then realize, oh, hey, that's a fucking... That's some kind of, like, listening station, or that's some kind of, like, weird counter fucking ping station or some shit. So then I could be like, cool, focus on that. How can we make sure that that doesn't come up the next time I ping this location? And then, like, securing it so that now when I ping a place, we're only pinging exactly what I'm supposed to be getting from that communications area. Which I already did in the ship. So the ship's good. Ship's good. Nothing in the ship right now, at least from what the DMs have told me, is odd. Everything pretty much pings exactly how it should. I also was given the chance to look into old comms from the commander and the major, and before the DM could even tell me, I was like, no. I'm not even risking that. Whatever's
their
their
secret shit.
Whatever's their business is their business. And personally, considering the commander's current relationship problems, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
Also, I'm sorry, but I just remembered something. Can we talk about how Wade tried to take the entire support staff into the communications room when the command staff wasn't there?
Wave almost got in severe trouble for that because you're not allowed to bring in other people in there. You're allowed in there by the grace of the gods themselves, but no one else.
The second I saw everybody, I was like, oh, nope, you guys are having a meeting. I wasn't planning on doing anything. Don't worry about that. Not me. This guy, nope. Why would he? Never. Oh, man. Hate to be that guy. That
Genuinely funny. We fucking bursted out laughing.
We don't talk about how he brought Michael in there at another time.
Well, okay. If there's an actual comms thing, or I do actually need to, like, do something with someone's communications, which, to be fair, I did. We did. I will need to sometimes have someone in there, which I have talked to the commander about, and so long as it's communications or data related, I can at least have someone in there. But, which, like I said, if we're being specific, I did do a communications thing with you, which was setting up our fucking PDAs and stuff, and verifying yours was good. So, it just so happens we also talked about something, but that happened afterwards.
Oh man, something just came to mind.
Yeah.
If hypothetically they actually do end up dating, I can't wait for people to even slightly assume that Andrew would potentially give Wave favoritism. No.
Honestly,
No.
Honestly, before they would do that, I can already see the amount of people being like, hey, Wave. Yeah? So, like, how is she in bed? That's not a me question. Well, actually, it kind of is a you question now. That's...
But no, like, because if it ever came down to it and, like, a punishment needed to be handed out, the commander would be like, I should handle this, hereby. She's like, no, I'm gonna make a point. And she's going to, like, make it way more than it needs to be.
Gonna be so brutal.
Yes, it'll be actually awful, and people will be like, holy shit, what? Why? I thought you were dating him, and she's like,
that's the point. You should know better.
Wave, so like, what did you do? I was late to a meeting. She put you in the brig? It's. I mean, hey, you know.
It's a price I have to pay.
She's doing her job. Are you guys still together? Oh yeah, no, we're fine there. You know, it's work.
Sends him to the brig, so they actually have a date dinner in the brig, but he's still in the brig.
No. What would happen is there would be no dates until he's out. And once he's out, there will be like a 3-day intermission period. And then once that intermission period is up, there's going to be a gratuitous montage of makeup sex, most likely.
Honestly, kind of worth it.
That boy even has to work just to get to the relationship status he's in, man. Like, I have to do so much fucking. Okay, honestly, like as this character, I don't really have a whole lot of fear about him doing something that would actually get him in trouble.
Oh no, me neither.
Like,
it would probably be like a once in a blue moon thing, if anything.
Like someone pisses him off and he ends up punching him in the mouth or something like that. Like
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
something along those lines. Or I could see him getting punished for like working too much.
She'd probably punish him for working too much because the commander would be like, good job, make sure you get some food, and then Indra would be like, oh no you don't, motherfucker, I'll lock you in the brig to force you to not fucking work if I have to. I'll deliver you dinners and plush pillows, but you better fucking stop.
Like, no.
I don't know why, but my mind thinks that. I don't know why, but I'm just imagining she's for whatever reason, Michael still ends up guarding him somehow.
Oh no, it's another one.
Like, please, no more break time. I'll take a break. I'll take a break. You know what? Maybe I'd have more time to take breaks if people would. Oh, I don't know. If anyone else could do this job.
I don't care, we've got labor laws.
Do we?
On the ship, our own laws.
Indra actually installed them herself the moment that she was on ship.
You know what? Understandable.
She was looking around, people were like, you're overworking, that's making you inefficient. Also, I don't really want this to be a morale cost. Also, you're human beings. Stop that shit.
Understandable. God. Which I do know that the commander was surprised because I gave him a report of all the things that I had done over the course of the week, which I did make sure to communicate with my 8-ball. I will identify as my ITDM. Of all the work that I'd done. He just looked at me surprised. He was like, "Wow, you have been working." And I was like, "Yeah. What do you think I do in there? Sit there jacking off in front of a monitor?" He's like, "Well, no, but I mean, normally people they
They
do
only just
small
say
prod.
what they do.
Yeah, or it's like they'll be doing small things like, "Hey, I wiped down my area." It's like, "Oh wow, good job. Look at you."
I'm sorry, but when you say that, it just makes me think of them like announcing that they went and took a fucking proper shower.
Have they done that? I feel like someone's done that.
Oh, so I'm just saying.
It feels like it sometimes. I'm not gonna
Also,
lie.
I'm just saying, properly wiping down an area is hard work. How dare you? I'm just kidding.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Don't scare me like that. We're from Canopus, man. Cleanliness matters.
It do, though. It do.
You think any amount of stink or dirt can hide from Michael's nose?
No.
There actually have been a couple of characters who have already kind of made some jokes about Indra and Wave being together, and every single time...
They've done it in front of her, and she's almost socked them in the mouth.
Oh, dude, every single time it fucking drives Wave nuts, because he's just like, please, shut up, don't fuck this up. I don't think you comprehend all this shit I've had to fucking do. That woman has tried to kill me twice now. Alright? I need you to understand the level of, like, I am trying.
Look, when you've got someone who has commitment issues so bad that they will literally kill you to avoid the commitment, don't fucking make jokes about it.
Hey, at least it's better than the jokes with It's not as bad as actually. It's better. Michael, they just say they're siblings for whatever fucking reason.
Dude, that was so fucking funny. Like, we look literally nothing alike. He's like, I don't know. It's like
Canopin? Shrug?
Jesus Christ!
Bitches get around. God. Ugh.
Seriously though, if I don't care like about the gender policies of Canopus, it doesn't matter at that point. If he was a sibling of fucking Indra, he would not be a janitor.
Nope.
He would just not. It doesn't matter about who.
Being straight chilling.
By the way, you
way.
fucking every fucking time. Don't you dare. Every fucking time. This is the second time. Like this time, I actively was like worried because I did not know what the fuck to say, and you were just like, you're not special, and you just kept saying it, and I was like, oh wow, okay, this is gonna be it. So after you had held my throat for like, I'd say about like a couple of seconds, I started like holding my breath back a bit, and I was like, all right, how bad would this be if I just...
Yeah, she was holding your entire body weight up by your neck, so that was not good. And that's your weak spot.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It's very much my weak spot. That's my throat. I need that.
That's why she's targeting it, is because she knows it is.
Yeah.
Oh, you baby.
Who the fuck is this?
I'm sorry, sanitation specialist. What are you laughing now? Janitor cleaning bodies.
God. Oh, multiple cats.
There's a lot of babies here.
Also, I'm just gonna say this. And so it was good thinking because you didn't actually have Michael in the support like meeting initially, and you stopped with like, you know what, you're coming with us. I'm like, good job, good thinking.
I know how this shit works, man. I get it. I talk to people. I'm
sorry, go on.
Oh, you good? No, it's cute. No, obviously, you know, it's a role play, so I don't take it super seriously, but it's a hobby that I enjoy, so I do a bit of thinking in terms of, hey, what would actually be a good idea here? What would actually be smart? And every single time, every single fucking time, it has fucking benefited me. Just a little bit of foresight. Just a little, which actually Wei felt terrible for asking you, because he was just like, I know you aren't just the Indra infosphere, but I need your help. I'm trying.
Why won't you let me feed the cats?
I'm sorry, it's just really funny to me that he's someone who's like, I'm sorry for asking again. I just need a little bit. Just tell me what's gonna happen.
Like, oh!
You good?
Hidden.
You good?
Hidden. He is hidden.
Did you jump scare because of the cat?
No, it was just just surprise kitty. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
But I can't feed them.
What
is the point?
It'll be alright. Once you fix everything, their owner will come back. I think. I don't know. I actually don't know. Make sure you don't.
We're just gonna let you believe that. So.
Ooh.
You were saying Essa, by the way, before the surprise jump scare.
Oh, just. How to like best put it, like. I know a lot of people tend to have a hard time whenever it comes to characters and like relationships and roleplay, and like they'll try really hard for somebody and then it won't work out, and then you know it kind of becomes a whole, oh, there's a lot of shit happening right now.
That's
what was that?
Kitty.
There's a big old kitty.
And she's wearing the proper COVID mask. Good kitty.
Yeah. It's a big ass fucking mask, actually. Jesus fuck.
I'm probably gonna be wearing masks forever, honestly.
At this point.
Honestly, it's just good. It's just good. Good hygiene.
Yeah. Japan's
also, I
way
realize
ahead
it
of
makes me feel a little bit safer because, you know.
Hugging your face. You think of xenomorphs?
No. Autism.
Yeah, that's why.
I'm making a joke. I know it's autism.
Oh. Autism strikes again.
Autism strikes again.
It's the first. I know it's the first monster they had a feeling about. That's what I was like.
No, no, not the facehugger, the xenomorphs.
Yeah, I know. Their facehuggers are xenomorphs.
Well, yeah, but they're like the babies. Or the baby makers, I guess. I'm more attracted to the big ones, not the thing that, like, it's basically new egg plus is what the facehuggers are.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this: if you're having sex with a xenomorph, the facehugger is part of the equation.
Well, they die after delivering the xenomorph, so.
Yeah.
It's not a facehugger anymore. Kimmy! Oh, you're upset. You're upset. Okay, don't.
It's a cool sequence.
Okay, don't. It's like a 3D pic. Ooh, wait. Ooh, the colors. Wow. Oh. Neat. Okay, so that's how they coded everything. It's just in terms of like how far you walk.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that with one of the things where you'd stop for a second, and I noticed that like, oh hey, it was waiting for you to fucking move forward, which is, I mean, that's a good way to do it. So that way you're not like awkwardly waiting a second for something to fucking move forward for you.
Interesting.
That's cool.
Oh my god, the fucking umbrellas. Oh. Hey there. Hey there.
Is this like a main story mission?
Yeah, is it? No, I think this is a side mission, ain't it?
No, this is story.
This is story? Okay, yeah.
What were you saying, Esso?
Oh, I'm just happy to have made it where I'm at, yo. Like I'm not the kind of person to fucking bite the gift horse in the mouth. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm here. I'm happy. You know.
I'm glad to have played goalie for you.
Bless you. I bless Michael every fucking time, dude. Every fucking time.
Actually, I have a question for you. What was Wave's like thoughts when he found out that Michael was outside doing what he was doing?
Well, I mean, he felt terrible because like the biggest thing for Wave is Wave comes from Comstar, who's really big on using other people for their own gains. You know, it's 90% of what they're about. I mean, literally, they hunt down fucking clans and stuff like that so they can take their technology and then just fucking have all of it. I mean, the abundance of fucking old tech that they have that they don't even use, they just have because they're taking it from people and stuff like that is like fucking immense. So when he hears that for him to get these moments and to have these nice little times with Indra, he basically had to basically use Michael. He feels terrible about it.
Aw, he's a good boy.
Well, I mean, yeah, he's allowed to be a human now, which has been interesting to play because I know that normally I play a lot of my characters like they're bottoms, which is just a safety.
That's a sentence.
It's it's a safety net for me because so I have always had a perpetual fear of the power of a woman's community. Because all it takes is just one angry viewer, and my entire internet world could be fucking destroyed. And that's not to say anyone from your community could do that, but I've seen it. Not from yours, but like from other people's, and it's a fear of mine. So what I would rather do.
There's a very real possibility of like even in real life, even if you don't like actually do anything, there could be like this has happened before, and I'm not saying this is the case for every single rape case or any form of sexual harassment case, but there has been cases where there are women who lie maliciously to basically defame and harm someone, and they do get away with it sometimes.
Yeah. So it's a thing for me where I would rather just have all of my characters seem like, oh, he's shy and awkward, than try to be aggressive. Like, well, I wouldn't even say like aggressive. You pet that dog. Yeah, you pet that dog. then like for instance, like what if there was one day where I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have Wave say some like, yeah, Indra, I'm gonna get up in that or some stuff, and like, yeah, like him as you, we both know each other. We both know, hey, I would never actually fucking overstep that bound. Screen goes to black as far as it goes. Would never try to do anything. The only thing that I have been okay by Rippo was she said, it's okay if you want to do text RP, just show me afterwards.
Yo! She wants the fan fiction!
Oh dude, she loves that smut. She loves that smut, dude.
I mean, honestly, based, same. So
it's based as fuck. But I've always had a worry that, like, what if one day I did say something like that and that made you uncomfortable and you showed that and then either you or, and this isn't just you but just anyone, and then one of their viewers was like, that's disgusting, he's a bastard, and then like looked up my history or my past or something, and I don't have anything to really hide. I haven't done anything outside of like some speeding tickets. Oh, a couple of assaults, but that was bars. That's not on my record.
Bar fights.
That was, I had Lance Corporals who drank too much, and maybe 1 or 2 times I drank too much. I like to fight. It's fun. But what was it? I worry of having everything, all the stuff that I've worked to improve on myself and clean up my image and just do a lot of work to better myself, have all of that stripped away because of a single encounter. So I would rather just have my characters be, you know, like for instance, like somebody will be in the chat and they'll be like, lol, Wave's digging a hole, he's saying too much, he's being shy, he's being stupid again. I'd rather have that and just live with that than accidentally overstep a bound that I don't even know exists.
Once you're actually like in if hypothetically you do actually get to a point where your characters are in a relationship, it's a lot easier to go for a dominant at that angle at that point anyway.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like in the metaverse with Miriam Rose, Slade and Bella together, and at that point it's fine. We talk all the time about how the two characters are just fucking all the time, and it's cool. It's cool there because I know the characters together and I know exactly what they're doing, and I know like, hey, all right, cool, they be fucking, so the characters just hit on each other all the time, and it's cool. Because once again, we know the bounds and it's good. But until Wave is like 100% dating Indra, I am just going to have him always kind of be like, I'm shy, look at me, oh boy.
I mean, it's fine, because by the time that happens, she's gonna be so much of a fucking son that it'll be fucking pathetically easy. I mean, like, the moment that, like, sex actually gets, like, on the table, then she might try and actually take back the reins, but by then, at least I assume, he'll know her weak spots. And it's always the soft, mushy shit.
Whenever they are together, there's gonna be so many times where I'm probably gonna have to stop by medical, and they're gonna be like, Wave, you have a lot of bruises. What happened? Well, I told her she was pretty, and then she elbowed the fuck out of me.
I'm just gonna say this. That's funny and all, but also understand. Oof.
Oh,
Michael.
yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, no.
He likes you a lot, and you're a guy. And if you enter a relationship with a girl and you just start having sudden bruises with no explanation, and you don't want to talk about it, Christy.
Yeah, I know.
Shut up, Michael. Shut up, Michael. Shush.
From what I presume, it's more like an actual like wrestling thing. Because like here's the thing with her son-isms is that she probably won't actually hurt him unless he how would I put this? She is very clearly distressed and he keeps pushing to the point where like, let's say like hypothetically he's like, let's say like he's like holding her face and he's saying really sweet stuff and she's like saying like, I fucking stop, like actually stop, and then he just keeps going and she's just like actually like squeaking, and then eventually she sees no other way to get away beyond just headbutting him and hurting them both.
Yeah. Also, I'm gonna bring this back to the other topic a little bit. I empathize with you a lot because when I first made my second character technically, but my first like long-term or serious character, quote unquote, Orem specifically was on the Minecraft server with Christy, and I have a very similar fear of making anybody uncomfortable. I did not want because he was an asshole, so I did not want to do that. So I'm a quirk of the character. If he liked you, was that he would make sure to go above and beyond to make sure that you were comfortable. And I did that because of both in and out of character reasons, because I wanted to make sure that I never overstepped anything. And I'll also talk to people out of character, like go hug, I'm sorry that Orem's a dick, essentially.
Oh
So,
yeah, bro. Aftercare.
Aftercare, very bigly important.
Yeah, like I knew 1000% out of character that everything that happened during that scene yesterday you 100% enjoyed, and I could tell because I make sure to go back to VODs and stuff and be like, did they have fun? And I was like, all right, cool, but I still check because man, I enjoy this hobby. I like this hobby. It's a fun hobby, and I want to keep it as a hobby. And I don't want anyone to feel like okay, you're getting a little bit too personal with this character. Like you're doing too much. And I'm like, oh shit, sorry, I didn't. That's not what I'm trying to do. I don't mean to do that. I want you to have fun. Yeah, well, I mean, I understand, and through RP, I've actually learned a lot about you, but I will always have that concern, because I consider you a very good friend, and I would like to keep it that way. So
I mean, that's
even if we've been role playing for like years, I will still always have a little bit of me that's just like, is everything good? Everything okay? Did I do anything too much? And I do the same. I annoy the fuck.
Good. I do that with everybody.
I annoy the fuck out of Mary, because even though our characters, we know, we're there, we're for it, I will still be like, when Slade said that, was that like too much? And she'll always be like, shut the fuck up. You're fine. How many times do I have to fucking tell you? And I was like, I know, but. And then I'll go over, and then I'll go over to Skull and be like, "Hey, she's 100% yours. I want you to know that." And he's like, "Prezzo, shut the fuck up. I know." And I was like, I just want.
I understand so much.
It's like it's the one quirk about me that I wish I could get it to chill, but it's a problem I'm actually okay with having. You know, like it's like something I'm just like, you know what, I'm okay with occasionally. Yeah. I don't want to bother my friends.
Yeah.
Pop this shit.
Remember first RPing with Christy, and we did that so many times. So many vibe checks.
I was pressuring him because I'm a big streamer lady and I'm aware that people will just say shit because no matter what I say, they'll disagree with me sometimes, and I can usually pick up on it, but like, dude, it actually is like, it has instilled some like internal fucking complexes in me, I swear to God, where it's like, okay, are they actually comfortable, or are they saying that because they're scared that I might yell at them or something?
Ban them from a community that they want to be a part of, that type of thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
or well,
I feel that.
Well, like, you know, they're fans too, so like they don't want me to be mad or upset with it or whatever, or disappointed or something. So I try and go above and beyond as much as I can, but you know.
When I found out that I don't know why, but for whatever reason I'm at least in the metaverse sphere, I'm actually pretty popular. I've had people where, like, after I roleplay with them, they make a big old deal of like, hey, it was super awesome meeting your character, thank you so much for roleplaying with me. And I'm just like, okay, well, I mean, it's not that big. I mean, thank you, it means a lot. Yeah, you have a great character. But so after I had learned that there's a couple of times where, like, after I've like fought with somebody or we've had some fun there, I'll always check in with them, and a lot of the times they tell me all these things about how like either super powerful my character is, or how like yeah they're like super scared, and like it was the first time they'd really gotten to like do like some actual like combat and all this kind of stuff, and it kind of makes me kind of worry sometimes that like oh Kitty.
Sorry, they keep saying the cats are hungry and they won't let me feed them.
Yeah, I know. You can get dog food though.
Yeah, but cats are hungry.
No. But it's always been kind of like a worry for me that like one of the reasons why like a lot of characters kind of like end up either losing during combat or like do all this kind of stuff has always just been because it's just, you know, is it because I'm like a bigger name person? Like I really hope not.
Oh yeah, I understand completely what you mean.
Yeah.
Like, I worried about that for like any RP that I joined. That's it's the fucking hair, bitch!
Oh, Jesus!
Oh, God! Dude, no! No! Like any RP that I joined that, like, say, isn't filled with people who are of, like, say, my level or whatever. And when I say my level, I mean just in terms of, like, notoriety. I don't think that I'm, like, special or whatever the shit. It's just... You never know if they're bending because they're, like, let's say, like, I go to somebody and I'm just like, hey, I noticed that maybe you could improve your situation or shit if you just did this one thing and did, like, this particular change to your RP. And they're like, oh shit, madame, yes, of course, I will do this thing absolutely right now. And I'm sitting like, wait a minute, no. You know you can, like...
Disagree.
Disagree, debate, you know you can do that, right? And they're like, oh, madame, no, I'm laying out the red carpet. No, please. It's not what I want.
This is why I am glad when I entered the SMP that I had the rule of I'm going to avoid the fuck out of you.
Yeah, actually that made it a lot better because there were people who would get in my face for wherever I was, and it was a little obvious. But, you know, they just want RP with me. I understand, but
yeah.
We love role playing with you guys. We do, but sometimes like even I've had it too, where it's like whenever it would be about combat, like a lot of people would come to me because that's just kind of what I've kind of been known for, at least in terms of like what I do, and a lot of the times it would be like every single time it would be any kind of combat question, they would always come straight to me. And I'd be like, thank you, but you know, you guys can, like, it's okay to have like different opinions. Like, it's okay to like disagree. Or like, you know, like the way that I do combat is not the way that everybody does combat, and like the way that I do combat is a lot different from the way that like Fractured Thrones does combat or something like that. Neon Divide. I have no idea how Ascension Academy does theirs.
Basically, a tough system.
Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. You know, like each one has like different forms of combat, so you kind of have to learn to adapt. Yeah. But how do you do it? And I'm like, okay, here's how I do it. Okay, cool. No, wait. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, but shit. I don't like this power. Take it away. Let me go back to being a nobody. I want to go back to that.
The only times that I actually feel okay having weight under my belt is when I know that there is a situation that someone is being mistreated, and I can punch when other people can't.
Yeah, that's understandable. That's a good use of power. But I guess it's also because like we've seen people misuse that.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and that like
quite a lot.
It's why you gotta know which fights to pick, you know.
Like here's a big one. I trained a little bit when it came to in the Marine Corps. Every man's a rifleman, but also a lot of us learn how to do field care. You know, bandages. fucking, the name of it is escaping me. You basically tie it around someone's limb so the blood stops flowing.
Tourniquet?
Yeah. I'll go to my download manager. Ooh. Yeah, I need a download patch. Tourniquets and stuff like that. And one of the things that's always driven me nuts, and it's 90% of the time, it's medical. And I think it's just people who don't know anything about medical trying to play medical characters, which is totally fine and reasonable. But if I have to have another discussion where another person is giving me all the 90 reasons why they decided, oh, that guy cut his finger. Time to cut off all blood flow from that region. No. Stop doing that. That's not.
That's what you face? I face people
Cauterization.
fucking cauterization for minor fucking injuries when they have access to stitches.
I'm not even gonna. I have had hour-long discussions over why that's a terrible. Because like, so for instance, scars. Okay. Well. So here's a big thing, right? Hey, Neva. Yeah. Scars, right? So, you know why scars are a bad thing, right? Like, scars aren't just, oh, it's cool, it's sexy. That is a part of your skin that has now been permanently malformed and is weaker. So if I got a cut somewhere where I don't have a scar, it can heal fully. But if I get a cut somewhere where I do have a scar, it could in turn also scar, and then basically spread. And then now, one scar has now become a bigger wound. And if I were to, I don't know, take a gash in that area, it could be worse. Because now that is an even weaker part of my arm. That is a weaker part of the body. So when I see someone whose character is littered in scars, and they try to say things like, nah, I'm fine, you know, I get a new scar like every other day. It's like, bro, that's not good. You realize that, like, yeah, a lot of DMs are just like, shrug. But what about the one day where you go join like a public event or something, and a DM who understands how dangerous scars can be is just like, yeah, no, that wound fucking rips and tears right fucking wide open. They're like, what? Well, it was just a small cut. No. Do you know how your body works? I have a medical degree. Do you know how your body works? You don't? Okay, cool. So I do. Trained in that for you. Went to school. Doctorate. Now I roleplay for some fucking reason. But, you know, like, anybody, like, it's why, like, for me, I always kind of feel bad. Because, I don't want to toot my own horn, but, you know, IT's been the world that I've been delving fucking into. I always feel bad when I hear someone try to explain to me IT, and they'll try to be like, yeah, so I'm gonna try to, like, hack into the server and try to, like, you know, like, set up a, like a tracking software. Oh, what kind?
It's always nice when you actually know your role.
It's how?
Like, oh.
Explain how you're doing that.
Well, no, like, they'll say it, I'll be like, okay, cool, what kind? There's multiple, like a middleman, like you're setting up like a Trojan, like what kind of thing you, like, oh my god, I felt terrible for, okay, what was it, Razor was trying to tell us about basically a listening post, basically, the Heartless Walker had apparently a communications outpost that was meant to be essentially a middleman station. Which you don't know what a middleman is basically, there are two stations pinging to each other, and then it is basically a hidden batch of either software, text, there's a whole bunch of arrays that basically sits in between and is able to listen and basically receive a duplicate of that information. It's a very scary thing for corporations. Because when you're sending, like, you're doing your backups, right? A middleman could receive that backup And now all of that data and information that you've been putting away is now being received by that middleman. Now they can't receive everything because the whole point of a middleman is to get little bits and pieces, so that way you don't get caught. Because of course you'd get fucking caught if you did a big enough thing. But he was bringing up the station, and I started shooting an array of like, oh, so it's like a middleman post, right? Like it's kind of like, is it that, or are they setting up like special kind of softwares? And he was like, it's like a it's like a listening post. You know what? Yeah, take me on the mission. Just you're good, man. Just you go ahead and take me. I'm gonna go ahead and stop before I fill everyone's stream with a bunch of jargon that you guys are not gonna catch on to. So that's on me. I apologize, man. He was like, yeah, we're gonna take you on the mission. I was like, all right, cool. Sweet.
God.
Neat.
It reminds me of I had a friend in the SMP who was a chemist, and he refused to play any form of scientist character or medical character because he didn't want to fuck the DMs over, essentially. Because they had to do entire science experiments, and he's a trained chemist, like a working trained chemist. So yeah.
God
it's a
Michael
balance.
Jones any fucking RP.
Well,
God.
I mean, it is fun. Like, I didn't realize how much fun it is to roleplay your actual job in a fantasy or sci-fi setting.
It's because it makes you look competent as fuck, and everyone's like, holy shit, wait. I actually want you to do things.
Yeah, it's cool, but the thing that always makes me feel bad is when other characters try to get into it, which I will go ahead and say as a thing, if you do want to get into a role, it's a really good job to do a little bit of research into that role, so that way you at least have a base understanding of what's going on. And not everyone does that. And I want people to play these roles because it's a great way to learn. Like, I don't know if you know this or not, but honest to God, if you ever get to like NPC, Ghost Cat, if you ever get to like NPC, like a chef or anything like that, it's really cool because just listen to them when they're talking about how to cook and how to do this kind of stuff. Because hey, fuck it, you can literally learn how to cook from roleplay, which is great, but try to be careful because when a character does have this like knowledge, and then you try to challenge them, they're gonna respond, and it can be a little bit embarrassing sometimes to have a character basically just full on be like, no, that's dumb, that doesn't make any sense. And then it kind of makes you feel bad because then you feel like, oh, now I'm incompetent. And it's like, ah, damn, that's not what I meant to do. I'm sorry, man, but you challenged me. You tried to say some shit. I ain't about to let that shit slide.
That's exactly why I don't go fully into micro cooking until I understand cooking a lot more.
You want to know a very easy thing that you can do when you're cooking to make yourself sound like you're a really competent cook? All you gotta do is say this one thing. It'll change your fucking world.
I'm waiting.
All you gotta do is turn to people and say, you know, most people actually oversalt their food, and they're like, what do you mean by that? Like, well, because most of the time when people make something and they notice that it doesn't have enough flavor in it, but they already added a lot of salt, they think the answer is just to add more salt. And no, it's not. What you need to do is you want to add an acid, which means you add in just a squeeze of lime.
What's funny?
Never knew that.
Yes,
what's funny to me?
You're welcome. Now you do.
What's funny to me is that I feel like my confidence in cooking is so low, and because I think I know very little, but there are certain things, weird facts that I do know about, and I actually did know about that specifically because of chocolate. Because if you add salted chocolate, it actually cuts down the bitterness. Because you have to balance the flavors. It's not, you don't add more one thing, you do it the other thing to balance it out. Because they actually will like mellow out the tones of flavors. But yeah, that's actually, I love cooking is chemistry, essentially.
I actually don't like sour dishes, but I'm okay with sour
Yeah.
nuts.
I was actually looking at that, and I'm like, I don't think I really like sour dishes. Actually, a question for you to press out. Are you a chocolate or sour candy kind of person?
All.
Yes, the answer is yes.
The only kind of chocolate I'm not a huge fan of is dark chocolate.
Really?
Really?
It's so alright. So maybe it's just a past of the candies that I've had, but dark chocolate's always kind of been a little bit of an iffy one for me. Cause like bitterness is fine, you know, it can work. But a lot of the dark chocolate that I've had has been like super fucking bitter, and it's the flavors never really tapped on me too well. I don't know. Could just be a me thing, but
yeah. Well, you understand that like how people's bodies work. People have different sensitivities when it comes to different flavor profiles. So there are some people that are straight up very sensitive to bitter, or very sensitive to sweet, which is why some people don't like sweet flavors, because it's overpowering to them. But you have someone else like eat a mouthful of fucking sugar or whatever shit, and they're like, "This tastes amazing," and then the same person does it, and they just like freaking cough and go like, "Oh, that's so strong," that type of thing.
here's one, and I'll go ahead and call out a lot of fucking. I won't actually call out characters, but I'll call out. I'm probably gonna accidentally call out somebody with this. You motherfuckers! You do not all drink your coffee black.
Nope.
No.
I like
Shit!
I like
The
crab.
amount of characters.
It's because they want to feel tough. That's
You
why.
know something, Esso? Indra actually doesn't like black coffee, but she drinks it anyway because specifically Darling made fun of her for it. So she's doing it in honor of him at this point.
You know what? That is fine. But I swear to God, guys, listen, 2 sugars and like 2 to 3 creams. You're fine. It's okay.
What's funny?
It's okay for your coffee to taste good. It's alright.
What's funny is that Michael doesn't like coffee that much. He loves tea. And with his tea, he doesn't have straight tea. He has sweet tea. He has a lot of sugar with his tea because he has a sweet tooth.
Yeah, if Indra was drinking what she liked, it'd be like cooking frappuccinos, but...
Yeah.
See, that's...
Oh, shit.
See, that's fine.
Christy.
That's okay.
Donation.
Oh shit! Hold on. That's right, my cats shut off my computer, so I need to put up the software to actually see that shit again.
Hazelnut creamer fan? Fuck yeah. Hazelnut all the way.
Tanner,
Hazelnut
can
creamer,
you 35
anyway.
bucks? Gun Indra when? JK, keep up the fun streams. High key though, I really wanna Indra
People
bad.
also want Sadra.
Sadra would be pretty fucking good too.
That fucked me up, by the way.
Her crying?
Oh my god, that wasn't a good sensation.
Yeah.
Like when she turned around and she actually had tears, I was like, oh my lord.
Yeah.
No. What?
That's
No.
a whole life of repression right there.
Ugh.
This is what you did, Wave.
Hold on, I need to break out the calculator real quick. Just to be accurate. Okay, so 18 plus... Oh wait, no, it's 17. 17
How old was Wave?
14.
Let me pull up his sheet actually, because I
just want to know how much.
Years of constant repression. She never even told her parents anything.
What's hilarious to me is that Michael
Vince
was
is
5 years
35.
old when it happened. He's 35?
Yep.
Damn, he's a lot older than
Indra
Michael.
is a crisp 50.
Yep. Still waiting for Indra's birthday.
Probably won't happen this finger quotation season. I was gonna say year, but I don't know how long the time skip will be from season 1 to season 2.
If it's longer than 3 months, I'm gonna look for new hair from Michael. I want it to be longer.
Yeah, we'll see. Gosh, I don't know which one's the most helpful. I already have this one, I already got this one.
That means Indra is 15 years older than him? Is that my mind, math correctly in my mind? 35 to 50?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
Yeah. She a cougar.
What? No?
I'm kidding. The indentation.
I mean... Jesus fuck. I mean, Darling would call her that, but he never actually meant it.
Yeah. One of my favorite moments we were talking, well, one of my favorite scenarios where we talked about with 404 was Michael wearing a maid outfit. And her reaction if Darling was there. I just love that. It was cute.
So apparently it was a temporary in the moment thing.
Here's the thing, Salty. Most characters in RPs don't like look younger than they probably actually are.
It's actually very hard to find old models. Although for Indra, it's basically canon because Canope is crazy.
Yo, Canope was kind of nutty.
How's it being like a weird? How's it being as close to an elf as you can be in ATK universe?
Feels good, man. I just realized also that Indra is my first character in a long fucking while that isn't medical.
Yep.
Good job.
Straight combat.
Straight combat. That being said, she knows at least basic, you know.
Yeah, basically.
Because
yeah.
that's what she would have been taught. But she ain't gonna be fucking doing surgery on people. Ain't no way in fucking hell she's gonna be fucking stitching people up.
Yeah, that dog is following you, by the way.
You're a good boy. He says he wants to play pet. Get some food, buddy.
It still boggles my mind how long Michael's gonna live.
Oh yeah.
Actually, this is a different question. I wonder how she's gonna handle that because, actually no, they're actually comparable ages if they age at that because she would be like another 150 years. So. Yeah, she'll be like pretty like much older. She'll be like the equivalent of being like 60 or so by the time Wave dies of old age.
Well, I mean, probably well, you have to bear in mind, he also has a little bit of Canope in him too. But, baby! More than likely, she's probably... If they get into... No, sweetheart! If we get to a point where, God forbid they actually retire. She'd probably try and swing him over to... Well, no, that would be it. If they end up dating, that would be what ends up having to happen no matter what.
Happens when you heir to a corporation.
Yeah, kinda. There's so many kitties! Oh, hi, hello, speaking of kitties. Hello, little Lem. He won't let me pet him. This is a sus forest.
Sus.
Sus.
Oh, there's an item over there.
That's fair. They said they can't see Indra retiring. They feel like she would constantly be doing something.
You know, she'll probably work till the day she dies. The question is whether or not she'll be still working at the ATK.
I'm gonna be honest, probably not.
I don't know. It really depends on how things go here. If there's more bombing shit, she might try and explode the ship and leave. Standing still's on her vocabulary? No. Although if she had a family, she might. Or at the very least, she would focus on the merchant job a bit.
Can't wait. If that ever happens and Michael has not reached a like conclusion or like a towards his like death thing, and just personal cook, let's go.
Yo, I mean, high key, that might be like the best transition she could think of. Like she's like, hey, oh look, it's the chef who yelled at me. You know, you make good stuff, but you're kind of a dick, so bye. You're fired.
Is he still employed?
Yeah, it's still the same chef. That's why. That's why the whole thing just followed her everywhere, because he would keep making fun of her for it.
What a dick!
Well, yeah,
God.
that's what I mean.
I thought it was just like a random chef that the family like hired to like cook for them for a little bit, and then that happened, and they like moved on.
No, that's their main chef.
I can't wait for if that ever happens for her to show up and say, "Hey, I can cook now." He's like, "Ah, bullshit," and then you cook it for him. It's like, "How?" And then fucking Michael walks around the corner, be like, "Oh, she can actually learn if you're not a dick."
I wonder if Michael actually wouldn't have that kind of sass, because the chef is a woman.
Oh. Here's the thing. Michael gets sassier the more confident he is, also the closer you get to him. So by the time they get to that point, if it's a positive outcome, if they get to that point, he's going to be a lot sassier to Indra.
That's going to be good. Uncle Michael, let's go! Uncle Mike.
Uncle, how'd you meet Indra? Well, her parents technically owned me for a little bit. Awkward pause.
Michael, you have to stop telling our kids that we owned you. It's fucking with them.
It's factually accurate. What was
I am aware.
I didn't never own you. My parents did. There's a difference.
I'm sorry. Which house are we in? Points to parents' room.
何を言っているマリオ返せ残念ながら根性の別れをさせてやることはできない彼女にはもう最後の
What's funny is if they actually do have kids, their kids will be 3/4 could open.
Yo. Get back on that superior Canopin jeans.
Also, Depressor, you know the adage of you end up dating a person like a parent, like you date your father, like date your mother.
I don't want to think about it.
That's so fucking funny.
I don't want to think about it.
どういうことだ
Yeah?
大勢の魂を借り集めそれを利用して冥界と現世をつなごうとしている5年前に病死した自分の妻を呼び戻そうとしているんだ
Nobody's called him on that yet, and I don't know how the fuck he would respond. He'd just be like,
Oh, Michael's clocked that. He's just not a dick. That's just like he clocked Indra squeaking, but he's not gonna be a dick.
Oh my god. I had to mute when I heard the squeak. I was like, oh my god! What is happening? How did I get here?
勘違いさせてしまっていたようだ妻と娘は理解してくれている
Jesus Christ, shut up!
What the fuck?
魂を呼び戻すだけだ娘は本当に役立ってくれたこの結界も彼女のおかげだ
自分の子供を生贄に使ったのか
肉体など魂の器に過ぎない 愛情とは物に抱くものではないだろう。なんだこいつ。時は満ちつつ。
I know that's like a whole thing where it's like in America that means like something good, but in Japan it's not.
この子にしてもらう。
I mean, it
I
means
actually thought of
crazy, but like, you know.
I actually thought of something. I'm gonna wait till the end. Let's see.
Whoa! Whoa! God, get your fucking dog, bitch! He go fight! Yes, he do! No! I don't have any fucking husbands! I don't have
Boss fight,
Good
let's
luck.
go!
Only with a bow. She doesn't have ammo. just die and then make sure you're prepared. You can do it, Christy. What's funny is that we don't know what ammo you have, or at least the stream does it because we're covering it. If you're wondering, chat, she has 9 shots.
I can't fucking see where she is. I hate this. I hate this. I wanna die.
That is what the boss wants.
こいつは尻尾が力の源だ。俺が手助けする。ヒル軍だ。
分かった。気づかれないように背後に回ってみる。
Hold them out.
ケイケイ、無事か。
こいつは尻尾が力の源だ。俺が手助けする。ヒル軍だ。
分かった。気づかれないように背後に回ってみる。ここがあいつの弱点だな。
エリカ、あなたの気持ちもわかる。だけど。
I guess you could stealth this in a way.
Yeah, I think they actually did. I think they did that on purpose to allow you to do that.
I like games that do that.
When you have multiple ways to do something. Yeah, it's really cool.
Well, cause Deus Ex Human Revolution, right?
Great game.
Like, you could go like full stealth, right?
Yep, that's right.
6 sense. But then, like, before the update, you know, you'd have to be forced to go into a boss fight with a full stealth build, and it's like, I can't do that.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm glad I played it after that update because I was able to get the game fully stuffed. Also, or was it pre-update? I forgot which one. Was it pre or post-update that made that impossible?
Post-update, you could defeat the bosses with stealth.
Okay, yeah, it was post. Because I know it beat the boss stealthily. That's what I was trying to remember if I played the game before or after that update. Also, I love that that game had a social boss. Where you had to debate a character. Did you know that, Christy?
No.
There was in Deus Ex Human Revolution, one of the boss fights was a debate.
That's pretty fucking sick. This is risky. I don't know her pattern over here. Ooh. Yeah, that's what I mean. I knew she was gonna fucking turn around and do something. Is this ladder just for show? Yep.
It is. I gotta say though, I really like how the boss looks.
Oh yeah.
It's very creepy.
very good design.
Oh yeah, the fucking boss designs of this game are fucking stellar.
守られるだけの生き方は私の存在を耐え難いほど軽くする。誰もそれを理解してくれない。守られる。守られている。私はただの器。何を入れるかは誰かが決める。私は生きていない。生きていない。あなたはここにいればいい。ここにいれば安全だ。違う。違うのよ。
Okay, way more vigilant now.
私だって生きていたい。
You just fucking sprint? Yep. I know, bro. I got not spotted. She'll fucking kill me. Getting closer each round. Oh. Don't look at me. Please.
Oh no.
You're so fast.
That's what happens when you have a lot of their legs.
Uh-oh. Thank you. Oh god, I was so close. Yeah, I'm genuinely curious what happens if I shoot him. You know, I probably should have looked for a way to hide.
Yeah, you need an escape plan for that.
Coming around this way. Gotcha. Peekaboo, bitch! Yeah, I realize I need to use the explosions, but high key, difficult to see. Whoa. Oh boy, that's a lot of spirits. Man, that's such a cool design.
That's really cool.
Oh, it's got a skull face. Magma.
あと少しのところでまた
あいつを追わないと。この子まだ。
お前は関わるな。汚れ仕事は俺の担当だ。
こんなことが許されるはずない。
Yeah, sacrificing your own daughter to get your wife. I think your wife's gonna kill you herself. Oh my goodness. Both of my cats are snuggling like on the outside of my blanket. Look. Aww.
Kitty.
There's a lamb. And there's the moach. Oh, look at
Nice.
her. Oh my god, look at her. She's all snuggled up into his like next to the lamb. Oh my god.
Oh, there's more than one now.
Oh boy. What? I am so sorry.
Nanda なんだかわからんが、クソったれなものが
So
立
NATO.
ってるのはわかるぜ。おい、ビビってる場合じゃねえぞ。
ああ、行こう。
そう、ネド。
アキト、電話の音が聞こえないか。
Yeah. So I was gonna say I had to think about that scenario that we just did with the him being an uncle. I had to think about how his parents would feel about that, because you'd technically be back in early dawn at that point.
Hi, Kitty. If she was like in complete control, she probably would just invite his parents to live at the manor.
That would be an interesting conversation, considering his mother. Because that might be a bit of a wound to the pride.
Oh. Might have been a misread on my part, because I thought it was a... They were trying to find a way to support themselves and him.
Yes, but his mother is a traditional Canopan woman, and she's a mother. It is a point of pride to be able to take care of your family, to be a provider. Failing to do so is not good. So having someone else do it for you while you're happy, it still hurts that you were not able to do so.
I see. I mean...
Getting into the Canopan woman mindset is so much fucking easier for me.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
I wonder why. It's like I have to make his mother character, and I'm like, oh, this is so much easier. God.
It's kind of like the one thing where it's kind of been helpful, because it's just like okay, just think of how a obnoxiously masculine guy would be, Got it. All right, cool.
Yep.
Man, that's so funny because Indra will, if she was to do that, it would be entirely from the mindset of, I know Michael misses his parents, and like literally no other reason. Ooh. The cats are rising. Yes, buddy?
You know what that would just create? I just realized, you know what that would just create? The Lupine family would just become like a servant family to the Eclipses in generations. Because you have the parents living there, and then Michael is a servant, and it's like it would be like an easy job for if he ever has kids for whatever reason.
Yeah, but they wouldn't be like forced to do it or anything like that.
Oh no, it would be like the equivalent of having when old, you know how old families have like other families tied to them that are just as old, but they're like, oh, we've been butlers to the McLeans for this long, that type of thing.
Oh, that's not a best case scenario for Indra, at least.
That is not. What's funny is that's not even a best case scenario for Michael.
Waves is to just be alive.
Alive and with Indra.
That would be best case. Yeah.
Poor guy. You could have more goals than just me and surviving. Come on.
What do you mean? Michael's goals is to be alive and hopefully one day not be maybe push his fingers together free. Independent.
Push his fingers together. Like, you know what I mean? Free, please.
Can I have the ability to go where I want without something hanging over my head?
That would be nice.
Oh boy. Oh, he doesn't have his own. Oh shit! No! No!
He's cold.
No!
No, poor baby.
Oh, yeah. No, please eat. Please eat. I'm gonna fucking cry. I can't take this shit.
God.
I just think about all the dogs and cats, man.
I am the only person single-handedly feeding all of the fucking cats and, well, no, all the dogs, because I'm not allowed to feed cats in this fucking place.
I will say this right now. How long it's been since the apocalypse?
A lot of dogs and cats would be dead.
No, how long it's been?
It's been many days.
Okay. There will be gangs of dogs.
Yeah.
Roaming the streets. I remember when I went to Nicaragua for the first time, I had to deal with gangs of dogs going through the streets. That was interesting. No, they just go in people's houses. People leave
go into people's houses?
Yeah, they ask for food. It's like 5 or 6 dogs walking down the street going to each house.
Oh, I thought they were like actual like.
No, they will fuck you up. They just don't because you have food. Those are dogs that go on trains because they learn how to do trains.
They learned how to do trains.
Yeah, they go down to downtown to get food, then they go on the train, they go uptown.
I love that. I love that so much.
Bro, what the fuck? Oh, bro, stealth beat? Let's go.
Jesus Christ, you know. God. Two more hours, you got this.
See, Bashadov?
He's not going to bed. He has to have 2 more hours.
Oh, I see. Suffering. Ah! Stream's making it a lot better. Oh, that's good.
I'm glad. Also,
I'm
yes,
not
their
noticing the
dogs.
passage of time either.
It's called time blindness.
What the fuck?
Oh, what? Why is there suddenly blood everywhere?
Did I teleport to a not cleansed Torii gate?
Wait, I thought you cleansed this one before, though.
Yeah, why is it so
It looks
dirty? Oh,
Weird.
is everything like this because the thing escaped? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe they're just overriding your purification.
Maybe it's because of this guy.
この辺りでつむじ風が起こると切り傷ができるんだよね。なぜか血も出ないし痛くもないんだ。
Oh, would make sense. Man
それ
with
はかまい
wounds.
たちの仕業だな。
確か手が鎌になってるイタチの妖怪だよね。風のように素早く動くんだっけ？
そうだ。だからかまいたちは捕まえるのが難しい。ガキの頃よく捕まえに行ったもんだ。いつも見失っちまうんだけどな。
無理だって気づいてよ。その時にあれなんか胸が熱くなってきてるんだけど。
だが力を使えばあいつの居場所を探れる。今なら見失わないはずだ。
Oh. Mochers' hackles are up. She's about to... She's gonna get him. She's gonna get Lemon. She's eyeing him right now.
Oh. Get her, girl.
あいつはこっちを気にしていない。
Also, JK, you are correct. Those dogs are very smart. People underestimate dogs.
They do.
奴の動きが止まったぞ。やっと捕まえたぜ。
やったねー。
Aw. Christy, read Shadow's message.
Oh. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, man. I don't really see any reason to bash on people for shit like that, so.
It's surprisingly common, but I am glad this is a area that doesn't happen.
There's very rare times where I absolutely have to bop someone on the head, but usually it's for situations where that absolutely is needed. Or, my autism makes me misunderstand the situation, and I have to apologize, but I always apologize. Nah, man, I get it. It's a vibe.
I also get it. I don't have the adequate words to describe certain things because it's very good.
I don't want to make a vibe that I wouldn't want to participate in.
Yeah.
I get you, man.
The reason you relate to that so hard is because there are so many feelings and emotions that are so tied up to a lot of things that it's nearly impossible to adequately describe it using whatever powers of language that you might have. And it's okay to recognize that.
Meanwhile, with autism, I can't explain the thing. Fuck that shit, I have to explain it anyway, using fucking weird-ass fucking symbolism vagaries. Until it feels right, or my brain will explode.
Explode.
I always love these statues.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. How the fuck do I do it? You like me explaining things? Thank you!
I also like both of those things, too.
Thank you!
God.
Do you know the reference?
No, but you're a dork.
Punch you. But it's Wind Waker. That one shop guy. He goes, thank you! In like a really weird, exaggerated fashion. He's like a fucking very specific merchant. He's in like a really weird boat that has his face all over it.
Oh, that guy. He's actually a recurring character in multiple Zelda games.
But yeah, him.
Yeah. Also, Nuclear, I also understand this because causing misunderstandings or even the slightest amount of discomfort causes me physical ailment.
Oh, how likely is the possibility of what?
Oh my gosh, she's on the wheel.
Yeah, she's running! As somebody who supposedly does not have any kind of mental condition, retroactively listening to people who have them describe it and going, I've had that happen to me before, and even that happens to me all the time too. What I would do at that point is I would go and try and see if an official diagnosis sticks. Because a lot of the time people don't realize they have something when they do. But I'm not a doctor, and there is sometimes, and of course, like things are like autism particularly. There is absolutely a spectrum.
I will also say that there's also an overlap between anxiety and autism when it comes to symptoms, because people with like anxiety disorders or some form of anxiety have certain characteristics that might read as autism, or the other way around.
Same thing with ADHD as well for certain aspects, but
please seek out a professional.
ADHD and also have a lot of shared symptoms. Yeah.
And what's weird about that is if you have multiple of those conditions, they mix weirdly, and you have some like unique breeds of people.
Yeah, mine is fucking sucks. I must complete thing, but that means I have to start thing. So I should start thing, right? But start thing hard. Okay, I start thing. Okay, well I better finish it or else I'm gonna be fucking sitting and thinking about how I didn't finish the thing and fucking hating myself for it.
Yes, it would be, Shadow, because getting a diagnosis helps a lot. Not just logistically, but for your own mental state.
Yo, Nuclear, you and I suffer through similar things. Gonna be not a fun time.
They're asking if, considering the overlap between anxiety and other conditions.
Yes, it's always worth to go to a doctor, shut up. If you have even like a slight suspicion, you should go, because, in my experience, I went to the doctor because I thought I only had ADHD. Turns out I had ADHD, depression, anxiety, autism, and hypervigilance, which was something I never even fucking heard of before. And now also potentially also narcolepsy. We'll see.
Oh.
And so that's what the sleep study's for. I don't know yet though.
Oh, you're doing a sleep study?
Yeah, I have to because my doc is like looking at me with like wide blinking eyes about why the fuck I am falling asleep to my medication. And also in random other times. How the fuck?
That's the trick. You have to find the right doctor, and hopefully be able to afford it.
Yeah. Also, bear in mind, if hypothetically you are a girl, there is a lot of issues with actually getting diagnosed properly.
Oh God, yeah. I feel so bad for the, yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't even know that was an issue.
No, yeah, it's bad, but it's even fucking worse for black women. Like,
yeah.
high key. It's just fucking awful, and also for trans people. God, they have it hard.
Yeah, the trans community will just... at this point, I'm under the understanding that just trans people are just always going to have it rough.
Yeah. Every
I hate
aspect
thinking
of
about
society
it.
presently is kind of grifting against them, and it's fucking awful.
I will say there are certain, I guess, circles or spheres within society that are very good to be in if you happen to be a trans or LGBT.
Oh yeah. But damn, are those situations very common and sometimes very frequently violent.
I just can't get over the fucking discussion of fucking pronouns. I can't, like, the fucking people who are literally just like all the time just like, nah, I'm not saying anybody's pronouns.
That's
like
fucking stupid.
you understand that also means you, right? Like your pronouns, like he.
You're like, I don't
and
have
she.
any pronouns. Like, yes, you do.
No. If anybody ever goes to me and goes,
control
I'm not saying any pronouns, I'll be like, okay, what do you want to be referred as? I don't want to misgender you. They look at me weird. All I ask for when it comes to
having no pronouns is technically still a pronoun because third person is still a pronoun.
God damn it, my body. Why body? Why do you fight against me? Every time I get like a good stretch in my back, my back is just like, hey, what about cramping? It's like, bitch.
Oh, bro, I feel that.
Every fucking time. First the Marine Corps took my knees, now gaming has taken my back.
Bro.
What's next, man? What's next, man? Like, which is why, and I want you to know, characters that are really small, I love you, I hate you.
Because you don't want to look down at them.
No, I want to kneel!
Oh.
I have floor mats, so really it's not that bad. But every single time it's like, I get it, I need to get knee pads. I keep forgetting. I understand.
I need to get knee pads too, man. But also, like, I kind of, like, look at what I already have to do for VR already, and acknowledging that I have to put on any fucking speck of more clothing just makes me fucking upset.
I feel you. I feel you.
Do you remember the time where because you were not used to doing RPs in the day, the first time you did Misty Shore?
It was so hot!
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
It wasn't even just that, but it was also like in the middle of summer, which I wasn't used to either.
So she did it in the middle of summer with the normal amount of clothing that she probably would have worn for the middle of the night RPs.
You don't understand.
For the
I don't
day.
wear much of anything at the night RPs. So, like, I can't adjust for it. There's very little else I can do.
Last
Drink more water.
hard.
Barely. Yeah. Last month, I did a 4-hour-long combat session.
Jesus.
And I have never suffered more in my well, no, that's not true. But RP wise, I have never suffered more in terms of because like my apartment's on the 3rd floor, so all the heat rises, and we're currently the top floor right now. So it was 80 degrees in my room before the RP was over. After it was over, it was at least 85. I flopped onto the fucking couch in our living room, covered in sweat, and I was like, well, at least it's 5 degrees colder in here.
You can fucking feel it.
Oh,
Also, I just reminded me of something. I, for some reason, never made the connection that I can ask like a DM to give me a PDA. Because I keep seeing you with a PDA, and I keep, for whatever reason, never made that connection in my mind. So Michael finally has something to something to hold when he's alone.
I always just RP hold a PDA, unless it's like something specific with like story stuff.
No.
He was just reading books.
God, man, I feel so bad for you, boy. I feel so bad last episode.
What's funny is that in his character sheet, one of his likes is alone time.
Yeah, I know.
But it's different when you're RPing it.
Yeah.
The reason I sat in public, because I literally sat in the hallway that people walk in, is so I would have interactions, but I would be sitting alone.
Yeah.
That's when I talked to Naya, then I talked to Taggarty, like people walk by. The only reason I was further away and not like actually alone for a while is because they asked me to.
Every time I have Wave chilling somewhere, like even if I'm actually just like, sitting down and relaxing. What's up?
I just realized Slinger saved your life.
What?
Slinger's the one that asked him to go into that hallway to stay. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been there and stopped Dylan from going into interrupting. So by weird transitive property, Slinger saved your life.
Oh my god, Mochi! Don't walk on my keyboard mid-combat, my sweet.
You good, Depressa?
Oh, sorry, I got hit with a big yawn. Fuck, what was I? Shit, what was I about to say?
You were talking about being alone, and I interrupted you saying the Slayer saved your life.
Every single time I have Wave, every time I have Wave chilling alone, 90% of the time someone's like, you waiting for Indra? And I'm like, okay.
Same.
Not every time! Like, okay, maybe this time, but not every time!
What's funny is that the thing that they do to him, to me, to Michael specifically, is not that. But what they do is that they see me around a corner, they walk up to me and goes, "Oh, I was expecting Indra to be like within like 20 feet of you."
She's not around Michael as much as you guys think.
Like, you guys realize this is like a direct insult for us, right? Like,
they use him as a marker to find her. That's basically what that tells me.
Okay. People have started asking Wave more and more Indra questions, and it's gotten me worried. Like, is this what happens when you hang around Indra? Does everyone just think that suddenly you're like the master of it? Now, mind you, yeah, me and Michael do know a lot now, but I mean, that's not like we're gonna share all of it with you.
Nope.
Which, by the way, I felt terrible asking the chefs for help.
You don't even know.
Oh my god.
Do you want me to explain? Is it okay to explain this? I have no idea what the etiquette is here. But if you want, I can explain why it's even worse than you think it is. I'm waiting for Depresso to answer me.
Go on. Go on.
Do you want to know?
Go on. Go on.
Do you want to know?
Yes. Go on.
The chef that you asked, specifically Tucker, who is the second in command, has a huge crush on Indra.
And has been since the beginning.
Has been since the beginning, and you asked him to cook you a romantic dinner for her. And he's a good enough dude that he did not spit in your food.
Well, it was so a couple of episodes in when the whole Wave and Indra ship was kind of getting started. He had actually came up to me out of character and it was like, "I love you, dude. You cucked me. You cucked me so hard." And I was like, "What? Oh my god! I did what? I'm sorry." So I knew when I was asking him for help, I was like, I looked at him directly and like out of character, I was like, "I'm so sorry."
Give Christy a minute. You did not mishear the name. It was Tucker.
Fuck, dude! I didn't know he did that!
Yeah, he had told me that. I was like, "I'm so sorry."
Correct, Shadow. Not Michael. The one that doesn't have a unique face, quote unquote. There's so many layers. So there's so many layers to Wave feeling guilty, huh? For asking support for help.
Yeah, I feel so bad, man.
That is correct, the real ninja. That is a fucking bra moment.
Oh man, I feel so bad for him. Like there actually was a time when I was going back in the VODs and I was like looking at like how hard he was trying, that like a part of me was like, maybe I should just stop. Like
it's imposter syndrome.
Just so this makes you feel better, he had a plan for both if it happened and if it doesn't. So there is a path for him. He was well aware that it might not work out.
I know, but like he put in so much work. I was like, "I'm so sorry, man. I don't know what I don't know what I did, man. I just functioned."
You know, same with Orem. Same. I was just the character. It happened.
Poor boy, dude. Ugh. God. You guys did a great job. You guys did a great job, though.
He did, dude. He put 110%. And with and he was smart. He actually asked Michael more details of what to cook, and then Michael let him, fill in the rest because he's the chef. Also, you're welcome for the Jello. Saved your life, apparently.
A little bit, yeah. There was a lot of factors into that whole thing.
It was kind of almost perfectly set up.
Almost. It wasn't the route I was expecting to happen for when someone actually explored this part of her. Because I actually thought it was gonna like explode catastrophically because they were gonna go the nuclear route. Which basically would have been like, telling, instead of like going at the aspect of like, well, maybe you do care a bit, but instead just like straight up saying like, no, your entire thought process is wrong, and that makes you a really shit person, actually. And you shouldn't go about this path or whatever the fuck. Because basically she would have had like a big ass fucking mental break because, well,
They're kind of right, sort of.
Well,
she's not a shit person, actually, in my opinion.
no, but she's not a great, amazing person either.
She's a very damaged person, but it's not really her
Yes.
fault.
Well, based on, I mean, based on the definitions that we kind of used about what good people are.
Which ones, Indra and Waves or Michaels?
Indra and Waves, where it's kind of like a good person doesn't have to try to be a good person; they just kind of are. Yeah, it's difficult because both of our characters have kind of been put into positions where even if we wanted to be good people, we could try, but
The problem is that they have to try.
Yep.
Yeah.
The goodness that Michael has actually got from one of my favorite superheroes, Miss Marvel, Kamala Khan, because there's a phrase in there that her religious leader says, which is good is not something you are, it's something you do.
Mine actually comes from Dead Space 3, funnily enough, which is like not a great game, but there's a part at the end where basically the guy that you're with is talking to Isaac, and this is a guy who's not veteran to like killing necromorphs and doing all this kind of stuff. He was talking about like, I'm probably gonna die here, and he was just like am I gonna like go to hell? Like, am I all the terrible stuff that I've done? And then Isaac was like, good people mean well, they just don't always end up doing well. And I don't know why that was kind of stuck with me, where it's like, yeah, no, that's kind of true. Because in like, you read like stories from Warhammer and stories from MechWarrior, which is a lot of stories about heroes, which I brought up. A lot of stories about heroes that always end in them dying. All of them.
Yep.
I don't think there's a single fucking story in the MechWarrior universe that does not end in, and then he died. Normally brutally. A lot of people get blown up, which is not a fun way to go, by the way. But what was it? Fucking. But yeah, no, it's you mean well. It doesn't always mean you end up doing well. Like, sometimes you gotta do some fucked up shit, but you do it because you know that you have to. Because if you don't do it, stuff's just gonna get worse. Or like, what is it? Evil men. What is it, like? Evil men succeed when good men do nothing.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's complicated because the morality, the intersection between Michael's morality and, like, say, Indra's or the Waves, is that they're both kind of right in certain circumstances. It's just, at least in my opinion, Michael's definition is a lot more consistently right when it comes to day-to-day interactions.
Yeah, no. Looking at it from the lens of like Indra's definition, even and Wave's definition as well, because it's literally the same. Their definitions are entirely marred by their own trauma, rather than the reality of the situation.
Yep. By the way, the audio for the stream is weird.
I can't fix it right now.
I know, I'm just saying.
Big man!
Oh!
That's a big dude.
Isn't fair. I think I just got a fucking...
I look forward to many more philosophical debates with Michael. It's a lot of fun.
I felt really bad like watching the VOD because like whenever I had like the answer I gave you was like genuine. Like I wasn't like watching VODs or anything because I don't.
It's always poetic, and I love it when shit like that happens. RP is built upon coincidences.
Yep. My favorite one in A2K, at least for Michael and Inder right now, is Michael's hair color. That's really fun. But yeah, it is a lot of fun when you realize how much characters have in common without even trying.
Persona.
I swear I heard Persona, not Persona. Actually, Esso, are you at all a fan of Harry Potter?
Really anymore?
Were you at any point?
At one point, it was a neat series.
Where do you understand the lore of it, or at least on a basic degree?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think Esso's house would have been in her Hogwarts?
What do you mean, wave?
Yeah, wait. Sorry, my brain. Sorry, wave.
You're fine. You're fine. Honestly,
Indra's Ravenclaw, but the worst kind of Ravenclaw.
She's like between Ravenclaw and Slytherin.
Oh yeah. Like it would be a toss up between.
The hat would have a hard time. Would be sitting there for like a minute or so.
My only
holy shit, you did what? Oh.
No, this is her as a child. To be fair, this is 14.
Yeah.
My only problem with that is the way the houses were made were clearly for the cliches of like, well, yeah, because like, what was the snake one? Slytherin. Like Slytherin was very clearly designed with the bad guys. Yeah, like there was never really any redeeming factors to the Slytherin people. Mind you, the purpose of them, at least based on what was said, was they're supposed to be the more morally gray, is a nice way of putting it. Like they're the ones who would kind of. They're the ones who would kind of.
I'm sorry.
Oh, good.
It's alright.
Oh, you're good,
dude. You go.
They were kind of meant for the more, like stuff people probably shouldn't dabble too much in the jobs of a wizard that's a bit more darker, which would make sense why they were a bit more of a morally gray group. But then the way that they were written and the way the books have always shown them and the movies have shown them, they were just bad people. They were just bad guys.
If you ever want to get into what they, I guess, would normally be without having like wizard genocidal assholes part of them, you can read part of our articles where they explain what Slytherin was, or at least now is, post Voldemort.
I may, but I would imagine that he probably would have ended up being a Slytherin.
If Indra was Wade when she was young, she would have been a Ravenclaw. But if she's Wade now, I actually don't know what she would be. Because she is hyper logical. Like, too logical. Where, like, the morals start to become a bit muddy.
I don't even need to say what Michael would be.
You're a Hufflepuff.
Huffle.
Yes.
I
would actually argue.
And then I became a Slytherin, which, by the way, apparently, at least according to like the official descriptions or whatever. Slytherin, what Slytherin is supposed to be is that they're basically the world's min-maxers. They understand the rules better than anyone else so that they can twist them to get the most out of any situation. Not because of like ill will, but because the world inherently and how it is constructed is not fair.
Yeah. Also, if I was going to put it in between, I would make an argument that Michael could at some point grow into be a Gryffindor.
Yeah, even young Wave would have been a Slytherin. I've never really elaborated it with people. It's not really much of a spoiler, but Wave was a bit blood hungry back in the day. He yeah, he always hated the fact that on a lot of missions he'd come back with like 1, maybe 2 people. Because I mean, Karita missions are very much you live by the sword, you die by the sword. But Wave definitely didn't help that fact. Like, he would go in, maybe a little bit too in, and they'd be like, okay, there's like 1 helicopter left, the mission's taken. Wave, stop. Wave, stop. No, I can hit him with this AC-10. Give me a sec. I can pop that bird out of the sky. He was not great mentally, and it only got worse with Davian. And then, you know, physical trauma did not help the mental trauma.
Tanner, I'm going to say this. I love Snape. The movies did him... Alan Rickman did him a huge favor. In the books, he is not the best kind of Slytherin. No. He was not a good person.
No, and he's actually awful. In the movies, he could actually be considered a sort of good person. At least an attempted good person. But in the books, no. Just no.
I think the movies did it. I hate saying this because I've heard this debate before, but I always thought that the movies did it better.
I think so too.
I would actually agree with that.
At least.
In that regard, yes, because Alan Rickman is a beast.
Well, like, the movies did the characters so much more than the books did.
Certain characters, yes. Other characters, hard no.
Yeah.
Specifically, Ron.
Poor fucking
I'll give you that.
man.
Ginny. Ginny was meant to be athletic tomboy that was like the top in their relationship. She barely got any lines. She was a jock in a fucking Quidditch team, which is basically being a football player. Now, there are other characters that did do better, and one of them, those is being Snape. Straight up did better.
Well, there were a lot of characters who did not get the spotlight, or were kind of written a little bit differently than how they were in the books. But when I watched the movies, I was able to pretty understand and be like, okay, I fully understand why this and this happened, why this character became this. I thought some of the later movies, they definitely rushed a couple of things that the books had already taken care of, like Harry's relationship with the one girl, and I barely remember her because she only really got brought up till the last.
Cho.
Yeah.
Cho.
Yeah, I was like, where did that come from?
I actually liked that conversation in the books because like it was kind of fucked up. Because she was essentially using him as a catharsis and like as a vehicle to grieve.
Moshi says hi.
And he wasn't like fully adult enough to fully understand what was happening.
Yeah, none of them fucking were. Which is probably the most tragic part of that fucking story. They were just kids fighting a horrifying evil.
Yep.
With no-nos.
No.
Yep. Except for the first moment, but we don't talk about that.
Have you ever gotten a nose job so bad that you just have to take away the whole fucking thing?
Fucking remove it.
God, that'd be horrible. I would sue.
Yeah.
Sue? I would hope you'd sue.
Well, I mean, not much you can
To
do
be
after
fair-
that, unfortunately.
To be fair, he did spend a year with a turban around his face because he had to spend the back of the head of the first defense Quill, the first defense against dark arts teacher.
Oh, that was so fucking creepy.
The money will help me grieve.
You know what is really funny in retrospect? The twins, oh my god, the Weasley twins threw a snowball at the back of Quinn's head during the first year.
I love this. I love this fact. I forgot about that.
So yes, in canon, we threw a snowball at Voldemort's face.
Beautiful.
Woo. No. No. Don't see me, don't see me. You sons of bitches.
It's crazy to me that after all this time, I still remember that really dumb joke that one of the twins made when they lost the ear. It was, "I'm holy." And he points to the hole that is his ear.
Oh my god.
I'm not allowed to quick purge them. I hate this game.
Also, Essa, if you want a quick laugh, look up interviews between the actors that plays the twins. Whenever they ask them if they're, I think one of the interviews asked them if they were actual twins. It's like, no, it was the craziest thing. We met at an audition.
Little fucking shitters. Which, jumping back over to ATK for a sec, I've been kind of chuckling to myself, kind of thinking about, like, how the next week would go for Wave and Indra.
Oh, dude, it'll be great. She's gonna be spaghetting all over the place. This is one of the times where I really wish it wasn't a week time skip and it was just a day time skip.
Right.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
I really want to do that whole fucking week. I want to juice it out.
The comms door open, Wave's just typing away, he looks over, just sees Indra like poke her head in. It's like, hi.
Not even just like that, but like the fucking direct morning after, because he probably would have spent the night there. So her waking up to him being there and just like having to process and then figuring out how the fuck do you say hello in a situation like this. Because you have to understand, every time that she has had like a, let's say, slightly romantic like night with someone, and by, or I guess no, I'm phrasing it wrong. Every single time she's had a one night stand with them, she isn't there by the time they wake up. And it's just like,
God. I really wish I could see that, just because it reminds me of the text RP we did with the Night After Darling. Just her waking up was hilarious.
oh yeah, no, ugh. She is a mess when people see her when she isn't prepared.
The two of them just laying there awkwardly in bed, not sure how to go forward.
Like,
And Michael,
are
you're
they
there.
even awake and they don't know if it's okay to check? Because what if they are awake and they make eye contact? What do you say then? So you start practicing how to say good morning, and do you say good morning, or do you say anything? Do you just leave? What do you do?
No,
Tanner.
I could see Wave just like waking up and rolling over to his left, and then just seeing Indra just staring at him like, you
This very
good?
intense expression, but she's actually just really thinking what to say.
It's fucking
But it
just
looks
like
scary.
Comey for just like a
Basically.
couple days.
Yep. Also, I'm just loving the interaction of the time right after the movie ends, in which Michael leaves, but since they're both really awkward about it for some fucking reason, that trust makes me laugh.
We'd both be laying in bed, unsure if like, do I try to hold her? Do I not? She did say she'd try to fuck me, so I have to kind of be careful. We're not dating
God.
yet, so...
God, that sentence.
No, she literally, Wade was just like, yeah, no, well, yeah. We were just like, do you wanna like lay in, like, do you wanna like lay down? We could like cuddle. She's like, no, I'll probably fuck you. I was like, okay.
It's so fucking funny out of context, but like it's kind of sad.
It's kind of fucked out of context, and now it's less fucked and more just sad.
Cause like, at least in Wave's head, he's like, okay, but I don't. Okay, so we're not. I don't know if we're dating yet. I don't.
Well, it's.
So I mean, if we do, like, uh-oh.
Yeah, that would count for the whole thing. That's why she's like no, because then I'll do the thing.
Also, Tanner talked about logistics group gathering to play D&D.
Yeah, I know that sounds so fucking cute, bro.
And that includes Michael Pond.
Yeah, Michael's included. Andrew also want to do like an all department head one.
And Michael for some reason, because he did that the first time.
That's all of Logi. She'll probably have one that's just all of Logi and have Michael in that one, and then she'll have the department head in a different one, so they can 100% unwind and not have any other coworkers there. You know what I mean?
I need to bring it up to the fucking commander. It'd be like, am I just the head of comms now? Do I get people? Am I not gonna get people? I need you to let me know what the fuck my role is.
I will tell you this.
Now.
I will tell you this, Professor. I do know people that wanted to get characters into comms, so that might happen depending on if that gets approved or not.
They will hate me.
Because they'll do all of their work.
No, well, okay, that's the part of it, but also, anytime they're just like, yeah, I'm just kind of like chilling and relaxing. You could be at a terminal.
Carry a PDA with you always, and they can't argue that you're not working.
There you go. There you go.
That stonks.
Yeah.
Stonks. Just 20.
By the way, one of the people there going for that is actually my friend, and it'll be really funny if he did that.
He won't stop. He checks up every fucking hour and asks, "What have I done?" And he can go through the logs. So if I lie, he'll just appear and be like, "Really?"
Oh, bro, he'll instantly know if there's a spy.
Yeah. So based here on the logs, you were sitting in the cafeteria, talking to someone. You flirting on duty? You were! That's different.
Wow. It's called hypocrisy. Leave it alone.
I can tell you the 9 things that I did, and then I was flirting with somebody.
That is the difference.
Also,
like having a kid bringing like a homework or games or like a book to class when they already finished all of the coursework and they're ahead.
Wave, can I do 10 things and flirt with someone?
I'll think about it. Also, rank says I could be two-faced, so you...
Wow! I get to lie because I can get away with it.
Like, I'm not lying, I'm just an asshole. Some days.
Reminds me of the Big Lebowski. You're not wrong, you're just a dick.
You're not wrong, you're just a dick. Well, Wave flirts with Indra all the time. Bring that up to Indra.
She's like, noted. And then just immediately she whips around and is like, so how you doing, Sugar Pop? And they're just like,
Hey, see? Now look what I have to deal with today, alright? I have to work and not think about what's happening downstairs. You see, I can't focus, and this is your fault. Now you work.
And she's like, I'll mark it down as a business expense.
See, now you guys have extra work to do. I have to go deal with something.
Also, one of my favorite moments was
tosses the lube.
One of my favorite moments was with Wave. Specifically, was the beach where he had to grab a wave and just like, oh, I was hoping someone would rub me with oil or put lotion on me.
I was like, oh, yeah.
He walks away, and I just hear I just hear fucking Wave screaming.
It was so good.
Oh, dude! Okay, in and out of character, when I had Tiff on one arm and Indra on the other, I was like, I don't know what to do right now.
It's okay, honey. I got you for the rest.
These are two scary women in very different ways. And if I act in any way that's wrong, I fail. So, I'm just gonna stand here.
What's funny is that Indra has both hard and soft power, but Tiffany only has soft.
Has Comstar power.
That's soft power.
It's scarier than you think.
No, I agree. Soft power is basically like political, talking, social, things like that. Hard power is physical, meaning that she could, like, Indra could physically pick you up and throw you.
Tiffany has her soft power is a lot stronger than Indra's soft power. However, Indra also has medium power. What is that, you say? Knowing how to use both in a way that is strategic. I do not think that she will be able to out-debate me.
When Indra rolls for intimidation, it's both charisma and strength.
Yes. It's not just one.
See, I can't wait for the fucking second season, because I can't wait to just have Wave be fully developed into his work now, and I can't wait to just walk around the station and just go up to people and be like, hey, when's the last time you updated your stuff? 2 weeks.
You updated your drivers, right?
Wow. So I said weekly. So guess what you're doing? I don't know. I'm gonna watch you do it. Go on. Oh, that's a lot of photos. You save those?
You know what Michael's gonna do, right? Michael's gonna show up to Wave to do it for him. Be like, here, look, I'm doing it now. And he's like, yes, I know, Michael, you did. It's like, I'm right in the morning. Every week. He'll go find you.
Michael, do you think I get sleep at night? I don't. Look at who I'm with. I need, like, just 5 minutes of... Okay, good job, buddy. You found your audio settings. I'm glad, man. That's great.
I love the scenario you're spinning is that he's waking him up in bed.
No, it's like he's like literally just sitting at the table, like rubbing his eyes, like holding a coffee, like, okay, I just if I get this work done, I can take like a nap, and then that'll be. Hey, Michael, what's that? You changed your beep tone. Oh man, that's stellar, dude. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
I'm glad to make Michael as much of a dog, like in terms of being a personality, as I can.
He's like, yo, Wave, look, it's so cool. I got a new ringtone.
Somebody, I'm happy for you. Can I get like 5 minutes, please?
Immediate switch to caretaker mode gets you a coffee. Do you need anything else?
No, I have to go to medical again because she ripped my back scars again. No, I'm happy. I'm happy. Just I'm tired. Like, I actually think medical's gonna start charging me. That's where I'm at now.
Honestly, she
Goes
should
in the
charge
medical,
her.
he's fucking covered in hickeys just from top to bottom. He's like, are you here for those? Like, no. Those are fine. But you should probably check this out. They're like, holy shit!
Yeah, you know the back scratches that we thought were gonna be fine? They're not fine now. Do you need help sleeping? Okay, it's not that I can't sleep. Because I could sleep.
Because I don't want to.
It's that she won't let me sleep. Because like last night we were like, hey, let's just cuddle. It's like, oh, it'd be cute. And then she started dreaming, and I guess it was a good dream. Maybe it was a bad dream. So she started squeezing. So I can't anymore. Is where I'm at.
Jesus Christ.
I even tried to take a nap in the comms room, and she found me. and she didn't do anything. She wasn't like, aha, time to sex again. But she was like she made that face. You know that face. Well, you don't know that face, but she made a face.
You better not know that face.
You better not fucking know that face. But she made that face, and I was just like, oh, she looks so beautiful today. I was like, that's cute. So we
Oh my god.
Do you have like can I swing at you? I'm not gonna hit you, but just you in self-defense have to put me to sleep. So like that way, if they try to be like, why did you medicate Wave? Be like, oh, he was acting erratic. Like, can we do that?
It'll be like, why is Wave in medical like asleep? It's like, oh, there was a dueling accident, sparring accident. He got punched in the face hard.
Oh, God forbid he goes into medical for any reason if they actually start dating, because it's gonna.
Just please don't tell her.
Someone's gonna tell her.
Because then she's gonna seek someone out, and if she finds out that I'm just doing this so I can go to sleep, she's gonna feel bad. Or she might just blame me. So I need you to just a storage locker. Just put me in there for a bit. If anyone asks, I was doing some maintenance.
I love that. Technically speaking, one of the best people to ask for this is Michael, because he knows where to hide.
Tries to go to sleep in a fucking storage locker, then all of a sudden I hear like 3 loud bangs, and I see those eyes staring at me, and I'm like, no, I don't want to do it right now.
Consent's important, so she wouldn't, but Jesus fuck. High key though, if he was actually having trouble sleeping, he's like, oh, okay, sweet pea, don't worry, I got you. I'm gonna give you my own Canopin brand of sleeping medication.
I don't know if I'm ready for that. I need to be awake for work. Just.
It's like, shh, it's fine.
Can I just be the big spoon one night?
Oh my god, that actually will be contested. It absolutely would.
It's nothing to do. Like, I don't think you're lesser than me. Just. You squeeze really hard. And I sometimes can't fucking. It's either I can't breathe or,
Oh no.
I'm not like trying to get in the mood, but you're very handsy.
And then he figures out that her being Little Spoon doesn't really alleviate that issue at all.
Just like fucking thigh starts squeezing on his legs. Fuck!
Nah, man, there's another one. You could fucking do the
Oh god. Just I'm just gonna keep it back. Just gonna.
This
like,
basically
it's so awkward.
Christy,
Yeah.
This is basically what it is to be in a relationship with She-Hulk.
Oh my lord.
I'm just fucking. I'm sorry. I've got Mochi in my arms right now. She's like doing all kinds of like rollovers, right? She's just
That's
she's
adorable.
just a disaster. Look at her.
God.
Ooh. Ooh. She's looking at you, Chad.
And then and then you like damn well know that like some motherfucker's just gonna be like, why are you complaining? You don't know. You think you do. You think I can handle a Canopan woman? No.
Yeah, no, that's
No,
another
you
thing.
can't.
It's the fucking sex drive.
The Canopan woman handles you. To be fair, my stamina now, excellent.
Vampire.
My stamina before, non-existent. Stamina now, god tier. But I need to rest.
She's full on nuzzling the mic. Oh, sweetheart.
God.
Like the poor guy's just coughing now. Like I don't have anything.
God, it's like for whatever fucking reason, like hypothetically if they were together, one of them goes on vacation and is gone for a while. And they're both suffering because whether Wave admits it or not, he got used to the schedule.
Wave, she's been gone for like a week. Why are you still not sleeping? Oh no, I think I have a fucking problem.
Like, I have told Christy many times that intro will give Wave a complex.
You're not wrong.
I would just have Wave constantly be irritated with people, but he doesn't mean to. He's like, I'm sorry, I have a lot of work to do. What do you mean you finished your work? That's not what I mean. Cause like she got like a new book, right? And like it's like a new edition Canopan book, and I was like, oh cool, like for reading, right?
Canopan Kama Sutra.
So now there's like new physicians she wants to try, and there's like we have like new supplies, and like one of them has me like hanging off the goddamn roof. Yeah! I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. She keeps taking off my jaw. I had to keep getting the hinges fucking replaced. Cause like it's not used to being taken off so much, but she why does she want me having the jaw? Don't ask.
Gurgle twice for a safe word.
On the upside, I have new tongues.
She would totally commission that. She would.
100%.
You ever had to adjust to a ribbed tongue in your mouth? Yeah, that's me now. It's very weird.
Vibrating.
Sometimes I forget it's even in there, and then just I'll be working, and I'm like, why is my mouth shaking? And I'm like, oh wait. You ever had to go to medical and tell them, can you help me replace my tongue? Like that's not a thing I want to do.
Bro, she wouldn't leave that to them. You're going to a proper Canopan doctor.
Oh god, I don't want to go.
By the way, the Canopan doctor will be a female doctor.
It's gonna be so much better.
It's a Canopan woman, another one.
Well, there would probably be a male doctor that he could request, I think.
You brought your.
There wouldn't be many.
Not as much.
Oh, you brought your pet back. And
they might not think to request, to give them the option to request, is the thing.
Yep.
Would be the big difference. Like, they would do that for, what's it called? Oh wait, no, that's right. Because he's a boy, so there actually would be.
Yep.
They would actually ask him, like, would you be more comfortable with a male doctor? Have that whole conversation.
No, my question is, would Wave say yes?
He'd have whatever bit of masculinity he still had taken away. He'd just be like, no, I'm fine. I can handle it. No, I'm good. Fine. I got this. What is she gonna do? Like manhandle me? Like what? No, just
What's funny is
fine.
that Andrew is short for a Canopian woman, so when the standard Canopian woman walks in, she'd either be around his height or taller.
Oh yeah, no, they'd be a fucking Amazon tonight.
Just grabs my head, grabs my jaw, just get it open. She's like, okay, we're gonna.
What's funny is that they actually treat him very delicately, like he's a precious
like
thing.
he's a soft little piece of glass.
Oh thank God. It's not how to get treated.
Well, she would, but she also wouldn't. It depends. Because if they asked to fucking spar again, then oh. But
I spar enough.
high key though, Indra's actually a very gentle service dog. It's just the getting to that part is the hard part.
I just realized that Indra will most likely have in her like own home like a sex room with like toys and stuff.
Oh, 100%.
And it would be the only sex room that I could think of that would have a sparring mat.
Yep.
That would be a terrifying day for Wave.
Walks into a red room,
They
just
visit
schools.
her home and there's just it's just completely normal to have a fucking sex like a sex toy room or just a sex room. And he's like, oh yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm much more tame compared to my mom, and they're like, your mom has one too, and you know about it. And like, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it was weird at first, right? Like, especially as like a kid, like, what does that do? But like as an adult, like I kind of get it. I mean, you know, this is kind of why are you shutting the door? we just got here. I haven't even had the.
Okay. Just like throws a fucking water bottle at him. It's like time to hydrate, honey.
The room is red. Why is it red? To hide the blood.
Ma'am? Wow, Wave, you look a lot more buff now, man. You've been working out? Yeah.
Let's go with yes.
Working out. Yeah.
Oh my god. Fucking losing my shit here.
Downside, I get like no sleep. Upside, my triceps look amazing.
It would actually be like his core and his calf, considering how much he has to like flex to stay up.
Yeah.
Considering how many positions.
I mean, it depends. The sex queen can cover a lot of that, so...
Yeah, it can. You actually can find the Book of Karma Sutra under workout material. That is legitimately a thing. Not even like...
That's hilarious.
Crying!
Also, I'm just imagining Canopian edition of Karma Sutra. What are you saying, Asa?
I was saying that like there's actually a genuine theory about one of the biggest reasons why a lot of the dude bros who like work out a ton and never touch women are their bodies always look so weird, disproportionate, or like the fact that they're always so aggressive and aggro is because that they're not. But then you've got these people who are like pretty avidly like having sex and working out, and they tend to look almost more natural while also like seeming more calm and tame. It's because like sex is kind of an important part to working out too, you know, because you build up so much testosterone and all that kind of stuff that like sometimes you gotta fucking just let loose a little bit, man. gotta let it out. And there's also people who believe that you can just work out doing nothing but sex. It's not 100%, but you know what? That's what you want to do. Go at it. Just wear protection. Or I guess in Canopus, just take a pill.
Yo, they probably have fucking like brownies you could eat, dude. Okay, protection brownies. Oh yeah, Tanner King, thank you for the 500 bits, by the way.
God.
Oh gosh, that's right. It's September. I forgot about September. Yo.
You didn't remember.
No, I just wanted to play Ghostwire and gush about the episode.
Yeah. Ugh.
Yo, it's
Much
been a
for the
while
followers,
since I've
much
seen this
appreciated.
person.
Oh,
All right, everybody. I hope I made your night as much as you have made mine. A good night, my starlings. And we're rating Miss Violet Wolf today. She's got a very fucking cute avatar. Playing Final Fantasy from Scotland. Complete swishy. Yo, Rex is high. Yes, you're welcome, everybody. You all have a wonderful night. I'm gonna go get some sleep. Jeez. And probably more of this tomorrow. As I continue to gush. Oh.
I'm a dumbass, and I'll show you the reason why.